Oh my god. Crafters make the best shit. Oh my god.
I know 12 inches pretty well. Let me see that. Oh my god.
Good to see everybody this Sunday evening. Welcome, welcome. Okay, that should be okay. Pogs GG, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Welcome. Guys, are we the drama? Is the Ashes community the drama? Like, I don't think we're the drama. There was a post when I was looking on Reddit, and it had almost 100 updates. Sorry, I can't see the name. Crap, I took off my glasses at absolutely wrong time. Whoever just subbed on YouTube, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. God, I am blind as a bat. Jesus Christ, I feel old. Where are my glasses? All right. Because we all know that, you know, Ashes is nothing but drama. Vic, dude, how's it going, man? Good to see you. So there was a post on Reddit, and we'll just get right into it. Game is great, bugs sure, but it's an alpha. Personally, the community interaction is the worst. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here, let me see if I can lower the music a little bit more. There we go. That should be good. All right. I am not the best reader in the world, but I need to practice, so let's start. Been following the game for a while, since around 2022. Finally joined the testing with the December 20th launch, since I had some extra time with school being out. Okay, so clearly he's probably in his early 20s. And having very little work to grade over the winter break, and my early January lessons have been planned for a while now. Made a throwaway for obvious reasons. Okay, so this is a throwaway account. I got my bard to 25 and my cleric at 16 because I played a lot over my break. While the game does have some bugs, it's an alpha, and that's to be expected. This is the time when we as a community find bugs, report them, help play a role in the game that we enjoy. Let me preface this part by saying I enjoy PvP a lot. I enjoy sandbox games. I enjoy open world PvP. I don't enjoy how open world PvP is currently in this game. Oh, okay. Having people corrupt to get a gatherable node and then have their friend quickly kill them, give them back their gear and gather the node. Having guilds who primarily defend caravans, kill people and threaten them to be kill on sight if they don't leave their farm area or gathering area, because saw both. Seeing players defend caravans only to after defending have the rest of their guild show up, giving them the choice to pay or have their guild destroy their caravan. Having groups kill members over materials, or having groups kill members over material drops wins, over mount drops, the trainable bear. Seeing this in the alpha as often as it occurs does not, again in my personal opinion only, bode well for the public release of the game. Now we can all say this game is just not for people who enjoy that, which is completely true. But if the game is free and sustained solely on subscriptions, I think that this behavior has the potential to be detrimental to the long-term health of the game. Now, no negatives without possible improvements. The current corruption system could do similar to the dropped loot system. Drop 2 items of gear and delete 2 items of gear upon death, making people's choice have more consequences rather than just needing them to have a friend nearby to kill them to prevent losing gear. Again, I am absolutely loving my time in this game, but the longer I played it, it is less I actually want to play with anyone else at all in this game. Wow. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Okay, now me personally, like being on Vira, are there issues with the flagging system? Yes. Are there issues with corruption? Yes. And Wagsy, I completely agree. I think when you kill somebody for the first time, I think the corruption is actually a little too penalizing. I think personally, I don't think killing someone one time should drop gear. I don't. I think with the what is it called, blight, that has a pretty big ramification effect on your account or even on that character. And the worsening of again, when you go corrupt, when you die, you drop 25% more materials. Just to remind people, you already dropped 25% of materials when you're just green, right? So that's 50% of your materials just gone, depending on, you know, what it is. Nemesis, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Nice mount. Thank you, Oracle. Appreciate that. I don't think it will be bad once we have more land to spread out the ideology that people come up with. People with like minds could all join forces to control a node. So I think also with the PvP sandbox approach of being just in the Riverlands also poses a lot of PvP issues. We're not supposed to have thousands of players in one biome and only thrive in one biome when it comes to the greater part of Ashes of Creation. So with that, that's why people are like, well, where's all the Weeping Willow? Where's all the copper? Where's the tin? Where's the bluebells? Like, where's all these materials? Well, the reason why is because there's literally thousands of people, I mean, not thousands, but I would say hundreds of guilds all trying to stay relevant and competitive. Thus, everybody is out gathering. Everybody is trying to run caravans to earn gold. Thus, this is why PvP is such a rampant issue. I do agree that once we can actually get more people spread out into other biomes, like if once we get the tropics laid out with 5 nodes, once we can get the Riverlands, you know, with 5 nodes, once we can get the desert with 5 nodes, I think having 3 biomes that we can literally thrive in and all separate, like, oh, you know, dopamine's, you know, they have the node in the tropics, or, you know, Axiom has a node in the desert, or this guild has a node in this or that or whatever. So that way more people are spread out. Again, traveling mattering, you are then just by nature less likely to run into absorbed amount of PvP because everybody's spread out through these massive biomes. Whenever you have a concentrated area like the Riverlands, which is a huge area, don't get me wrong, it's huge, but everybody's spread out and PvP is just rampant. Like, I get it, you know what I mean? And for me, I haven't ran a caravan. I haven't. I want to. I'm actually going to in the future. I might even stream it, to be honest with you. I know people will be like, Vlad, don't do that. I don't give a shit. It's like, if it gets destroyed, it gets destroyed. Who cares? But I want to go through the process of making a caravan, seeing, you know, are there bugs? What are the issues? There are things that I want to also run the caravan, and as I'm running the caravan, give feedback as to like that experience. You know, how does this feel good? Does this feel bad? You know, the speed of it, like what can they do to improve upon the system? Because I'm telling you, the caravan system is such a huge system. It is integral to the overall economic design of this game. If the caravan system sucks and people just find it not worth doing, we're in a really bad state economically. I don't think that will be the case when it comes to the launch of the game, because I think caravans are still going to be very goated, because as much as people are trying to buy commodities to earn gold, there's a whole other function of transporting goods that just doesn't exist right now. We don't need to transport goods. But imagine, like, you know how in the Riverlands, how there's granite and basalt everywhere and people are like sick of it? You might go to a whole other area and granite and basalt is as rare as copper and tin and zinc is in the Riverlands. So it's super abundant in the Riverlands and very not abundant in this other biome. So we're going to transport a shit ton of basalt and granite to this area that's like a huge score for this node or a guild or a group of guilds. You know what I mean? Like, we just don't have that currently in the game because there isn't that level of trade yet. There isn't even a level of distinct zone or even node gatherables, like unique node gatherables, right? So we're still in the very like early stages of a lot of this stuff. City states and micronations, that will be interesting to see once we have extra land to spread out. 100%. And we just don't have that yet. I wonder if we'll have node specific gatherables like desert having different trees that you can't get in the Riverlands. That's going to be everywhere. Oracle. Every biome is literally going to have unique node unique biome gatherables that aren't native anywhere else. Like, as an example, I'm just going to make an example, and I don't know if this is to be the case, but I'm just going to make an example. Big bluebells. Big bluebells could only be a unique thing of the Riverlands. You cannot find big bluebells anywhere in the other 18 biomes, just in the Riverlands. So if you want a big shipment of bluebells, then you have to contact someone and know a guild in the Riverlands that hopefully is nice to you guys, that can send a transport of caravan goods of bluebells to your node, so your guild can use to build stuff with and get stuff done, or whatever the case is. I think the reason why a lot of people hate the community interaction is because, of course, there's a lot of sweaty ass PvP guilds they're all level 25 guys. Like all of the people that are hungry for PvP. You have guilds like Dopamine, you have guilds like Envious, you have guilds like Barcode. Like, these people are hungry for PvP. They grinded their ass off to hit level 25, and now they're trying to reap the rewards of going out and slaying caravans. That's part of the game. But I can understand the frustration, because I also feel like there's a lot of PvE Andes trying Ashes of Creation. And I think there's also a group of PvPers that don't like the state of PvP, because, again, there's a lot of systems that aren't completely fleshed out. There's a lot of systems that aren't yet like re-innovated, right? Reinvented, evolved. Right now everything just sort of works because there's bigger fish to fry. Not saying that it's not important. PvP isn't important. It is definitely important. It's on the radar of Intrepid, but there are exploits, there's dupes, there's other greater issues that are trying to fix before they can move on to, PvP, before they can move on to expanding professions, before they can go on to do like a whole bunch of shit. Like, and PvP is such a delicate thing to kind of balance as well. We are so going to start some micronation wars like in medieval Europe. I think that's definitely going to be the case. Like I said, each biome is going to have sort of like think of like Avatar. We have like the Fire Nation, the Water Nation, the Earth Nation, like, Avatar, Naruto, whatever you want, right? Like, with how active you see certain guilds and how sweaty they are. I know Axiom, we're pretty sweaty ourselves. We like to be very organized and get shit done. And you have people like Genesis that are also super big and organized. You have, Envious, you have Barcode, you have, just a lot of these big guilds, Dopamine, all this stuff. And I feel like once the game comes out, you're going to have like a guild like that probably almost completely take control of an entire biome. Maybe not completely, but they'll have a large presence in a certain biome. Because once everyone spreads out, like, you might have a couple of smaller guilds, right? And not saying that they don't want, like, that big guild might not want to give you power. They might want to give you power, because I think having relationships and diplomacy is incredibly important in Ashes of Creation. Don't think it's not. It absolutely is. Any form of competition, whether PvP or PvE, anything that makes you contest with another player, whether directly or indirectly, will lead to some players being toxic. I absolutely 100% agree with that, Nemesis. The thing is that PvP brings out the worst in people. Even if it's consensual PvP, sometimes people are sore losers. You know what I mean? And I think when it comes to trying to get things done, because everything in this game takes time. When I was getting all of my things needed to do the treasure maps, right? We did 9 treasure maps on stream. Just getting all of my, excavation kits done, going and doing like 3 different professions that because one, you know, I need to get my gatherables to then go to the alchemist station. And then when I go to the alchemist station, then I need to go to the scribing station. And then once I do that, I need to get my excavation kits, but I need to get my stuff metalworked to get my fragments. But then I also need to get my lumber to get processed for the lumber milling. And then I got to go to the arcane engineering station. And then I got to make the kits themselves. Like there is so many steps to this game. And I feel that people get burned by how long it takes to get everything, because there's also this level of convenience that people are used to. And, you know, whether it's the convenience of I hit a button on my profession, boom, I can make it. I don't need to interact with other professions. Or it's the convenience of, oh, I need to head to this location. Let me just teleport over there, or, you know, do whatever I can to do something. Ashes of Creation is a very big reality check on so many different factors for an MMO player. Whether it's the reality factor of I can't just PvE my way through this game, whether it's the reality factor of fuck, if I need to go over there, I literally have to mount and go all the way over there, because people aren't used to that. They're like asking like, oh, why? I had a person message me and said, Vlad, I'm double clicking on the Ember Spring, but it's not teleporting me over there. Is it bugged? And I said, oh, no, Ember Springs aren't used to teleport to that location. Ember Springs are used to when you die and you're attuned to that Ember Spring, you will teleport like once you're the ash pile and you hit resurrect or release, it'll take you to the nearest Ember Spring. And they're like, wait a minute. So if I'm in Marilith and I want to go to the tropics, I have to literally just go over there. I'm like, yes. Yeah. And I'm telling you, it's like, it's that people aren't used to that. Convenience is very ingrained in a lot of people. Back in my Arc Age, or in my Arc days, we used to fend for mega guilds invading our server on a regular basis. I like having to protect certain kingdoms and ashes. Well, and I think that's very important, because when you call a certain node home, and dude, that in itself ties a commitment. You know how many people are like very attached to their test character? That to me is wild. Like, it's wild. Like the emotional connection already to a test character that they know is going to go away is wild. Like the level of emotional investment is real with many, many, many people. And I get that. You can almost transport goods by death. I mean, half of them or like a portion of them for sure. Let me see. And again, if you miss this, PvE can be toxic as PvP if you are going to compete against another player, whether indirectly or directly or indirectly. No, 100%. And even what I've seen a lot of, and what have we said, and this is something even Steven's talked about, is mob trains. PvE griefing is very real. You know, as many grind spots that I've been at, whether it's in Cephalion or whether it's in Citadel, Steel Bloom, Carfin, or even just out in the open world, like killing minotaurs, killing otters, killing frogs, the amount of people that I have seen die because this one person trained 2 minotaurs and a bear and just runs up to like the nearest person, that aggro just gets them is bad. You know, to me, that's like that's a huge issue, you know, but it kind of is what it is. And I think people are very much like, you know, when you look at these comments, the community is my least favorite part of this game so far. So, and I get that, right? Because there's also, when I see community, I really don't think it as the Ashes community as a whole. I think almost like they say the guilds, because I think there's a lot of guilds that grief, and sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, grief players. Whether that's, hey, we're a big guild, we have 17 people or 20 people, and we're going to go and attack your caravan. That's an issue. And this is the thing, and for any people that have watched me for any stretch of time, I've talked about adding risk to attackers, because right now the reasoning why you have so many people attacking caravans is because it's all reward and no risk. That's literally what's been going on. It's all reward and no risk. That is odd to me a little, where people get attached to just the character. As I play Fupo or other names, that those are necessarily attached to the game. The persona is what is the thread. That's what's important. But I guess I am a light RP type of person, so those just looking to do for power in game will have this issue of getting attached. Maybe I've seen people, I don't RP at all, and I'm pretty impartial. I mean, I think now I'm very partial to my character because I have a graveyard golem as a mount. But even I've been advocating for them to wipe. I think it's just for the betterment of their data. But I get it. You know what I mean? Like, people, you know, the grind is real. Leveling to 25 is not for the faint of heart. And when you hit level 25 and they say, all right, guys, we're gonna wipe again, it's like, fuck, you know. It's like, I get it, you know, I totally get it. The persona and the reputation, no, absolutely. People use to lure giant powerful spiders to main towns in this game called Tibia. Fun times and chances for loot. Yes, it was a form of griefing. Well, I mean, I have a buddy of mine that was a huge Tibia enjoyer back in the day, and you know, there's a lot of stuff of why people are excited for Ashes of Creation, and I think there is a huge griefing community in PvP MMOs. Like, that's just a fact. Like, I've talked to so many PvP MMO people that come from PvP MMOs. The community of griefing in these PvP MMOs is huge. It's very competitive. They take whatever advantages they can, and sometimes they don't mind the negative reputation. They don't. So, unlike, you know, what we say in Ashes, that reputation does matter. I think to some of these people, if we don't get cooperation from guilds to like get materials or to get this or to get that, they'll just do it on their own, and they're fine with that. You know, and I think hopefully my what I hope in Ashes is that those kind of guilds are going to have it the hardest, because when everybody is your enemy and you're not willing to cooperate with anybody to be that griefing guild, or to be that guild that just is known for just being bad actors on the server, I really don't know if your community is going to survive. I don't, unless everybody in that guild has that griefing mindset, but I don't think that's true most of all. No hate, they explained why, but why, so, but it just doesn't matter to some people, and that just mucks things up. What about chipping someone's HP while they're fighting mobs that they're going to almost die just to loot them? If you're chipping, you're engaging in combat lightly, right, while they're also taking on a mob at the same time, and sometimes that is a tactful, strategic. I mean, dude, I watch Hunter x Hunter. I'm a huge anime person. If you're hunting prey, you want your prey distracted so you can take them out. That's any hunter's mentality. So in PvP, if you can catch your prey distracted or doing something, that is the best time to get the jump on them. That's just a tactful thing. Now, if you want to do the whole gentleman thing of like, I challenge you to a duel and slap him in the face, like, that's cool, but that is a rare thing. You know, no one's going to give you a fair fight out in the open world. No one. I don't care who you are. Only if you're corrupt, maybe, possibly. Let me see. The bounty hunter system sounds like a lot of fun as a counterbalance. Well, I think honestly, there isn't really a lot of corruption happening. Corruption, again, the people that are willing to go corrupt have a buddy with them usually, and they'll just their buddy will kill them and get their gear. Once they get back and they're not corrupted anymore, they'll just trade them back the gear. I think corruption right now, I kind of agree with the deletion of stuff. I do. I think, to be totally honest with you, I would rather have, instead of you looting a person's actual equipped gear, that you know their gear just got deleted. Like, whether it's 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece, 4 pieces, or 5 pieces. I would rather have that be the case, personally. But let's also be honest too. I would also make it to where when you kill somebody once and you get corruption level 1, I would not have it delete any of your gear. like I said, I'm a huge advocate for, I think corruption is too punishing. However, it needs to be this punishing currently, because if it was more lax, you would see way more griefable PvP than what we currently have. 100%. I'd be okay with that, similar to Albion Online. Yeah, I mean, my thing is that, look, I know it's really fun to like grab people's gear right when they go corrupted, because it's like, haha, I got your gear now. But I think it would better serve because of how, again, min-maxy we are as players. We come in groups. This is a group-based game. If I know my gear just drops and I can have a buddy loot it, then I get no penalty, really, truly. Like, yeah, I lost 25% of my shit, but who cares? Or 50% of my shit, who cares? I didn't lose my important shit. But if you knew, if I go corruption level 2 and I have a chance to either get 1 to 3 pieces of gear deleted, no one's going to loot them. It's just going to be deleted. I think you would actually think a little bit more about your decision making to further be corrupted, is what I'm saying. But I would rather have that system probably once we flesh out the flagging system, once we flesh out PvP, once we can get the state of PvP, I think is it's not in a good state. But I personally don't think it's as bad as people like to boogeyman it to be. I think, of course, we are in alpha. There's a lot of stuff going on, but there is growing pains. 100% agree with that. Level 3 corruption, a drop and delete gear. I mean, I think, again, this is just my personal thing. I just wouldn't have it drop. I wouldn't. I would have it just be deleted. I think, honestly, I think the fact that if we can earn... Now, what I would be down for is if you had dropped items. Like, if there's items in your inventory, right? Like, so you get deleted pieces of equipped gear, but then you also have a chance to drop items from your inventory. I'd be fine with that. And maybe there's some gear in your inventory, you know? Like, I think that would be a fine trade-off, at least for me. But I think having gear deletion is actually a pretty good thing. Again, corruption is supposed to be a deterrent. It's like, I don't agree with people that are trying to live a corrupted lifestyle. I don't think this is this game, personally. I don't think that this is a game where you're supposed to live red. Maybe in other games that was the case, but in Ashes, I think it's supposed to be very much a deterrent. It's not supposed to be something you're supposed to just be in. Oh, they should add rare currency for bounty hunters, for bounty hunting red players. Oh, I'm pretty sure they will eventually. I'm pretty sure they will eventually. I think there's so much feedback that Intrepid has gotten about PvP, about flagging, about corruption penalties, how much is too much, how little is too little. Dude, skulls as a currency would be wild. That would be wild. I mean, I know in what is it in hardcore WoW? Is it thumbs or fingers? I forget what it is. It's like something like that. Like you get some kind of ears. Thank you. It's ears that you get in hardcore WoW. Problem is, if you ask your friend to bounty hunt you and you slip through the reward. Well, I think any reward like that from a system like that should be soulbound. I do. I think, again, there's a lot of stuff in this game that is completely tradable and everything like that, but I don't like the idea of you slipping your rewards to your buddy. Like, hey, like, get me this, like, and I'll give you this reward or whatever. Like, I think anything that is a participating system, like the bounty hunter system, should actually be like soulbound to you, like untradeable, like glint, basically. It should be a badge of honor and sort of like a status mark. Well, honestly, what I would love is sort of like what classic WoW did with titles, right? You were like there was like PvP titles, like you were a grunt, and then you got up to like admiral, corporal, something or other, right? You had like a really epic title. I think if they did something like that for bounty hunters, and you had like a progression of PvP bounty hunter titles, that would be pretty fucking cool. Like, imagine having a title called Predator, right? Like that's pretty fucking cool. Like Predator Vladis, come on now. Wait. There's probably a joke in there somewhere, and I don't know. Wait. Wait, Chris Hansen, don't come in. Wait, hold on. I'm streaming. Give me a couple seconds. Predator isn't good these days. Oh my god. Let's dial it back down. Get out of my. Yeah, I know. Let's change the subject. All right, let's change the subject. But yeah, like some of the comments here. And this is the thing too, it's a PvP based MMO. Most people are going to be walking aids. These kinds of games foster the mindset necessary to be that kind of aids. Level 1 gamers asking what is the best gear and builds for their class. Level 25 gamers killing all the mobs around the level 1s to farm poop. Entire guilds of gamers who sell their mats on the market at idiot prices while their fellow members scramble to make a tool and keep up. Gamers 1 second saying there's no copper and in the same day selling their legendary copper for a stupid price and hoarding everything in sight. One gamer sits all day at a willow spawn while the other has a stopwatch set to farm his metals. Another runs past him asking how copper works. He hears only no clue, go mine granite. This is actually a really good statement. I'm gonna update that one. That one was good. Ad is going to be incoming in about 40 seconds, guys, just so my Twitch people can be aware. You would be feared among the lands. Back in the day in UO, if you were killed by a PK, you could leave a bounty on their head, and then if someone killed them and cut them up, they could turn their head in for the bounty. That's kind of wild. I think honestly, like I really want there to be a kind of commission board that like, you know how the market stalls work and you can make your own market stall? I really hope there's like a personal commissions board to be like, hey, this person wronged me. If you can kill them, like I will give you this or whatever, right? So, and it's generated automatically, right? You don't need to find that player or anything like that, but it'll get a notification, right? You'll get a notification saying the quest that the mission that you set has been accomplished by so and so, and then you can message that person, be like, bro, you killed him, thank you so much, dude. Like that would be, I think, so good. It would be just another level of amazing. And that probably is gonna happen, guys. Bro, the poop thing is real. I'm doing it, but I share shit if I see a lower level. Got to take the small fries to get better loot off than it is as an insurance policy. I would love to stalk and hunt people down, dude. Yeah, I mean that's, you just become the Terminator basically, you know. Let me see. I want to be told who loots my ashes. Dang, dude, that is literally what we wanted and discussed a few months ago or something, like a player created quest or bounty for stuff and all. Yeah, I think and I think there would also be, I think having actual player created quests that work very basic, right? Like you can create a wanted for a specific player. You can create a like, hey, I need, you know, 10 weeping willows, and the quest reward is like whatever. So if like you think the reward is worth it, you can just do it. So it's like basically like a player made commission. Think of it like that. It's a player made commission. And maybe it doesn't reward experience, but it rewards either like gold. It can reward gold and an item or something crafted, or just something that you can just invent. Like, hey, I have this stuff. I will literally give you all of these things if you just do me this one quest. This is the thing I do need. Like that shit's gonna be fucking wild. Like once we can get that stuff in the game. There's a message board that you can see people's bounties too. It'd be really cool for all the top PKers who are proud of their bounties. Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, I would grind, but as a cleric, I would just help the lower levels in an area, especially if they needed to kill a unique. I don't see why people can't be toxic while can't be no toxic while grinding. Well, I think, dude, honestly, in my opinion, and maybe this is a very anecdotal opinion, and maybe it's because I am a streamer. People know who I am. But I've had a lot of people come and, you know, be like, hey, you know, and say like nice things to me, or, you know, hey, I need some help or whatever, and I'll try to help them or whatever. Like I've always said this. I've always wanted to be kind of like the hero on the server. I am not that kind of person that's going to be like a dick to people or whatever. If I can help you, I can, or I will, if I have the time to. And I think, in my personal opinion, I've seen more good than bad. But that's, again, my anecdotal experience. So everybody's difference is probably going to vary on that. Let me see. The bounties would accumulate more people who left bounties on their heads. Would be down for it to flag a player to a state of corruption that is not permanent for around 2 minutes. Then they loot another player, and then they go to a normal combatant for 5 minutes. Would give a lot more risk and reward than what it is now to loot others. Well, again, all this stuff is going to be measured and fixed, and, you know, revisions and all the other stuff. But I think once we can get stuff like that to a basic level, I think that's gonna be really good. Hey Vladis, since you do PvP, can you explain attacking caravans to me? Well, I haven't really done much PvP, to be honest with you. I really haven't. Everybody's been doing PvP. I'm level 16. I haven't really engaged much in PvP. But when you attack a caravan, it's very simple. There's going to be a little dialogue box. You see a caravan in front of you, you just become an attacker. If you're in a group of, hopefully you're in a group, because if you're just a sole person wanting to attack a caravan, I mean, you're probably going to die. But yeah, and then also, of course, you need a crowbar too. If you don't have a novice crowbar or an apprentice crowbar, you got to go to the black market vendor to buy one. And that's going to open up crates. If you do manage to destroy a caravan, you need that crowbar to open those crates. And then you also need the inventory space to house those, if it's commodities or if it's materials or just whatever it is. Most of them are all commodities at this point. I have been spitballing a few things. Awesome. So there's also another thing that I wanted to watch, and this was a video that Zyback did. He's been a really good person to make Ashes of Creation content, and this also goes into the article that we were kind of reading about, because this is his first impressions on Ashes of Creation's PvP in Phase 2 and some of the changes that he would like to see. And then, of course, he's a fighter, so yay, fighter mains. I love fighters. So I wanted to see this video to see kind of his thoughts on what he believes is the state of PvP, because I'm pretty sure Zyback has been doing way more PvP than I have. That's for damn sure. So I just wanted to hear his opinions, how he feels about the state of it, what kind of improvements he would like to make, and then go from there. Let me see. Are there any clear standouts on the server you play? Who would you consider to be the best current player in the game? Oh man, bro. I haven't even... So right now, I'm trying to think of the PvP tournament. I know Tanner, who is the GM of Dopamine, he actually he won best mage on server. So I mean, I know his mage skills are really, really good. God, who was that tank that won the best tank? I mean, there's some really, really good players, but I mean, dude, I have such a terrible memory, and I terrible with names too. I suck at names. I'm writing your name down. Yeah, dude, I suck at names, dude. I really do. I have to repeat a name over and over and over and over and over in my head to just get it ingrained so I don't forget it. But I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I just don't know. Let me see. Player bounties would be nice. Some MFs always steal my glint. I'm writing names down. Dude, people have been doing that, man. Like, these kill on sight lists are like notepads on their second monitor. It'd be like, oh, this person killed me, I'm gonna get them. It's like freaking, you remember Adam Sandler in oh my god, not Happy Gilmore, but it was Billy Madison. Remember when he called Steve Buscemi's character to apologize for him for like bullying him in high school? And then Steve Buscemi like crossed out the name because he was on his kill on sight list. Like that was hilarious. Cammy Popkins, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I do not remember your name. You are just that guy wearing the MOS streamer, dude. Oh man. on his lipstick hit list. Oh my god. All right, guys, let's watch this video. Let's see what Zyback has to say about the current state of PvP and Ashes of Creation. Let's get into it.
How's it going, everybody? Today we're going to be doing my first impressions of Ashes of Creation PvP now that we're in Phase 2. I did do PvP in Phase 1, but it was a little bit silly with the legendary items. People were quite literally one-shotting each other once they got the gear, and now that's been nerfed, and I wanted to do an updated first impressions video. And yeah, been having a lot of fun overall. I will say that is the #1 thing I have to say is that for an alpha game, the PvP combat is very fun. It's very fluid. The class design is good. Yes, there are some tuning things I would like to see changed, some pacing things I would like to see changed, but from like a 10,000 foot view, I think it's really good, especially with how early it is. My guild did scrimmages yesterday. We did 40v40 scrimmages, and I cannot stress to you how well this ran. We had 40 people versus 40 people in a clump fighting each other, and the server not only held up, there was not input lag. At least I was not getting any input lag. Yeah, there was some frame rate lag here and there, but the game ran phenomenally well. And some of my guildmates that have some higher end Karl.
Dude, I know the biggest problem has been draw distance. I know Burns talked about that yesterday when we had our 1v1. I know draw distance is still in the process of being improved. I think they're trying to do very slow notches to tuning when it comes to bumping certain things up, because they want, again, they're prioritizing server stability over everything. And I agree with that. I think that should be the thing. I would rather, you know, like, would people prefer having really amazing draw distance, but then the server's crapping out every, you know, couple of hours, or, you know what I mean? Like, so I think prioritizing server stability is more important. Like, we'll get there. We will get there. But this is actually really good. This was not the case in Phase 1. That is for sure.
Cards that take advantage of like DLSS and the other crazy NVIDIA stuff they've got going on. Their performance was immaculate. Like, it's really incredible how well this game does in large scale PvP this early. And that's the thing I want to stress. You know, video game optimization generally does not happen until closer to release, as they finalize the systems and the UI and things like that. So for it to run this well this early is incredibly impressive.
Dopamine.
Yes, they are sort of cheating a little bit with the render distance, but the render distance is still not that bad, considering we had 80 people clumped together. And the fact that this is the worst it's ever going to be is really impressive. So huge W when it comes to the technical aspect. It's really impressive. Now let's talk about the combat. Overall, I think Ashes of Creation has a fantastic combat system for PvP. The only issue I have with it right now is that the time to kill is just too fast. Now, some of you may be watching these.
I think the time to kill, I remember Steven saying that he wanted it to be 30 to 45 seconds. I personally think that's way too long, and I don't know what he was thinking when he set those numbers. Because, I mean, if you think about a cleric, right, or you think about a tank, it's definitely not 30 to 45 seconds. Like, it's way longer than that. But if you're talking about just 2 DPS classes, it could be anywhere between 3 seconds to maybe 20 seconds. Like, if you're running or out of range or whatever, like, it's so wild. The discrepancies for just like the skirmish kind of styles are just, it is. And I don't know if the remedy is more health. I don't know if the remedy is less damage. Like, I'm not a developer. Like, I don't know where the dial would need to be adjusted. But all I do know is that I agree with the statement. Pat Gaming, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. I just don't know how they're going to implement it. But I do know that I agree that the time to kill is way too short. And if for anybody that was watching the PvP tournament that we held, you saw how some of the mages and rangers and fighters did against each other. It was either over in a hurry or maybe 10 or 12 seconds long. Like, it was crazy fast.
Clips and saying, oh, it doesn't look that fast. But keep in mind, a lot of these clips are small scale PvP, and right. I am in pretty potato gear, as well as a lot of the opponents I'm fighting are also in pretty potato gear. just because, you know, most people are hitting level 25, myself included. But the problem is that goes completely out the window once higher level gear gets involved. Once people start wearing crafted gear and start enchanting their gear, the time to kill just gets insanely fast, to where if you are a little bit under geared, you just get blown the hell up. And that would be not so much of an issue, right? Because like, oh, you know, once I get the gear, it'll be a lot more fair. Yes, it will be more fair, but the problem is that the time to kill, from what I can tell, just gets faster and faster and faster as people get geared. It doesn't seem like the defensive stats are keeping up with the offensive stats, and the problem with the fast time to kill is that it doesn't leave a lot of room for skill expression. This is not a game like Valorant where there's headshots and like a whole aiming mechanic. This is an MMORPG where a lot of the skills are tab target. You need a slower time to kill if you want the better players to win. And not only that, not only is the skill expression severely hampered, the combat system is worse when it's this fast, because Ashes of Creation has a layering system where things combo off of each other and effects layer on top of each other. And there's a lot of really cool synergies that are in this game from the class design perspective. But the problem is that all goes out the window when everybody's just getting blown up in 2 seconds. It's really, really silly. The extremely fast time to kill has led to a very dominant ranged meta, because when the time to kill is this fast, the inherent advantage of playing a ranged character is much larger. Why play a fighter when you're just going to charge in and die when you can just safely DPS and poke from range on a mage or a ranger? And you're just, it's a lot safer. It's a lot easier to get value out of your.
And it also, because the draw distance is such a problem, fighters and I think rogues are going to face this same exact thing. I know there's so many people in the community that want to play rogue up until you're going to figure out that it's just as squishy as fighter in these large siege battles, and you're going to be hating your life. Because this is why I think ranged have such a dominant force in large scale PvP, because of the draw distance. Draw distance is so big, and because everybody is moving, especially in these large battles, in clumps, as a melee you're in that clump of crap, you're just gonna die. Everyone's AoEing, everyone's just doing stuff, and you're just gonna be blasted. It's just better to be at range. So I don't know what they're gonna be able to do with the melee classes, like the rogue, like the fighter, but we will see.
Kit when you're at range, whereas with fighter you have to play so defensively and so scared, because when you fully commit and charge in, you better be safe. Like, you better be sure, because if you're not, you're dead. There is no wiggle room. And the thing with fighter in particular in this game is that fighters are no tankier than mages due to the way the armor system works. Yep. It's not like a canonical warrior where generally the warriors can take a hit better than a mage can. Not in this game. With the way the armor system works, mages and fighters are the same durability. Fighters have a blood fusion, which is a 45-second cooldown that is a lifesteal.
So whether it's you're in all light armor to get more magical mitigation, or whether you're in all heavy armor to get more physical mitigation, there's so many people that are actually weaving in light to mid armor, because the majority of people are mages or clerics or bards, so there's just more magical damage being out in these large scale battles than there is physical damage. So it's just better to actually be in light to mid armor, or like a mixture of the two. So I don't know. I maybe there needs to be something for fighters and rogues at a base level, not at a gear level, but at just a base. Like, you pick a fighter and a rogue, there needs to just be more inherent defensive stats, potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see what Intrepid wants to do.
That it relies on uptime, which, again, not something that you generally have when you are getting shit on in a snare, in a root, in a disarm, in a silence, blood fusion. It's not a great defensive cooldown.
Is there any heavy armor sets that is more magical defense? No. So that's the thing about Ashes of Creation, is Ashes of Creation has, you can wear whatever armor you want. So if you want, magical mitigation, you want to wear light armor. If you want physical mitigation, you want heavy armor. If you want like, a little bit of a mixture of both, and sometimes it has like more, like crit, you'll want some mid armor. Right, so it's not the best magical or physical damage, but it's like a pretty good blend. But I don't think there's going to be heavy armor with magical mitigation. I don't think it's going to work that way.
which is, again, why you don't see that many fighters. It can be, you know, you can have some highlight reel moments, but it's a defensive cooldown that relies on melee uptime and the opponent not having shields, because you don't get lifesteal off the shields. So yeah, it's just a tricky situation right now to be a melee with the time to kill. And not only the time to kill, the game has a lot of roots and disarms and AoE CC to where when you charge in, you just get locked down completely and you can't really do anything.
Where are your bags,
but
bro?
more importantly, you can't escape. You know, the general play style that you would want to go for as a fighter with this kind of time to kill would be, you know, get in, do your damage, get out. Well, the problem is you get in and then you get rooted, disarmed, and you just can't do anything. And your CC break is a long cooldown that also requires momentum. So it's not a great look for fighters in large scale PvP. While I personally think the fighter is a ton of fun and I love the class fantasy and design, I can't help but think that it's just the worst class in the game. In most contexts, I feel like fighter is just weaker than the other options in the game. And some of you might be saying, oh, I know XYZ plays a fighter and he's super good. Yeah, he is good. He is a good player who would...
I think the worst class currently in the game is Ranger. I think the fighter, when I was leveling in phase 1, I could do more damage on the fighter. I felt tankier on the fighter. It felt just overall a better leveling experience than I have been on my Ranger. Like I'm just being honest. I think my fighter experience has been a far different experience than my Ranger experience. If I had to choose between the two, I'd go fighter all day, 100%.
Probably be doing better on a different class. It seems like the fighter right now is just a lot more work for a lot less results, and that is why you see the representation the way it is. That's why you just don't see that many fighters. That's why you don't really see that many tanks either. You see more tanks because they're not quite as dire. At least legit. They are, you know, needed. Whereas the fighters, why do you need a fighter? Do you ever need one? Not really. Now, I'm sure some of you guys are rushing to the comments section right now saying, oh, Zyback just wants his class buffed. He just wants to be OP. No, I don't want any fighter buffs. In fact, I want everyone, including fighters, to get nerfed. I would love to see the meta of this game if players did 50% less damage to other players. Just have a global status effect where, as a player, you do 50% less damage to other players. I think that would be a good thing. I think having just the damage you do in PvE is just different compared to PvP. I think right now, I don't want PvP gear. I don't want a PvP stat, right? Like resilience. But I think right now, I love the damage I'm doing in PvE. But if we're all saying the damage in PvP is too much, then just having a universal nerf across the board for everyone at like 50% could be a good start point. Now that we're at this point of everyone's damage being nerfed when it comes to PvP, now we can start dialing classes. We can start dialing certain spells or abilities for classes. Like, I think that's probably a very good recommendation. Change alone would make fighters considerably better, just because the fighter kit is going to do better in a slower time to kill environment, just due to the nature of the class mechanics. But also, I just think the game would be more fun if players had more time to actually fight. Now, this might make healing too strong, but I think right now we're so skewed in favor of just these one-shot, you know, crazy TTK that I think most people would rather err on the side of, oh, this fight was kind of a little long, rather than just getting blown up. Now let's talk about class balance generally. This is just going to be my overall thoughts on each class right now.
Well, and again, I think the when it comes to the Trinity, right, you have the tank, their main function is to mitigate damage. You have a cleric, their main function is to heal. So the tank and cleric aren't meant to do damage. Like, that's not their primary function. They can do it, but that's not what they're supposed to be really, really good at. And I think that needs to kind of be fixed a little bit. Not saying that the tank does a lot of damage, not saying the cleric does a lot of damage, but when it comes to the DPS classes, we need to feel like our primary function is actually dealing damage. And I think in some classes, like the mage, feels very much the case. Other classes, not so much. So we shall see. Maybe, hopefully, when they put out the rogue, maybe they're going to do some balance tuning when it comes to the fighter, even maybe towards the ranger. I truly, truly hope so.
And in my opinion, the best class in the game is Bard. Right now, they have crazy mobility, crazy CC, the best group utility in the game. And for some reason, they also have crazy damage. I'm not sure if this damage is due to like weird scaling and gear discrepancy or what it is, but it seems like Bard really does have it all right now. They are very powerful in the hands of a good player.
And what is the primary function of a Bard? Support. And I understand you can support a group by doing damage, but that's kind of cheating in my mind. Support is the utility, the mana battery, the life battery, CCs, the mobility, adding group mobility. But damage, I think, again, you got to think of it like, what is the primary function? And if you are delivering damage in the same way as a DPS when that is not your primary function, you have an imbalance there. Right. So I know, and I've been saying this, Bard is going to get nerfed. Maybe not when it comes to its songs or like its utility or CC, but I think as far as its damage, it's definitely going to be nerfed. I personally think that Bard needs to do as much damage as a tank does. Maybe some Bards might disagree with me, but I personally think a tank, that's main function is to give damage mitigation. As a Bard, your job is not to do damage, so you shouldn't even be on a level of a DPS class because you're not a DPS class, you're a support class. So we'll get there though. We'll 100% get there. What is CC? Crowd control. It's an acronym for crowd control. Bards are wild. They will be nerfed from the offhand comments from Steven. Without Bard doing damage, we'll only have Mage and Summoner doing magic damage because Cleric already isn't going to be doing a lot of damage. Well, exactly. And Clerics aren't meant to be doing a lot of damage. They can do damage. They have damaging spells, but that's not their primary function, right? They rely off of a DPS class for damage. They will support the DPS class by healing them. That is how the Trinity works. It's a bunch of gives and takes. Hey, I can heal, but I can't DPS, but I also can't take damage. As a tank, I can take damage, but I can't DPS, but and you can heal me, right? So it's a synergy. You know what I mean? Like you need that synergy there. That's what it's all about.
Next up, we have Cleric, and to be honest, it's kind of hard to judge whether Cleric is balanced or OP or where it really stands because it's the only healer and you just need them. If anything, this just goes to show you how good Bard is. You have to have Clerics, but Bard is still the best class in the game. Like that's just a crazy statement. Next up, we
actually had 2 Bards in a group of 8, and we were okay. We didn't have a Cleric, and we didn't overpull. We had a really good damage in our group, and we didn't need a Cleric. I think that's an issue. I don't know. Like I don't like the idea of just completely eliminating an entire part of a Trinity. Like the Bards, there's so much tuning that the Bards need to have. I don't want to gut them entirely, but I think it was kind of because the Bard people, like Stiquino, he's definitely one of the Bards that I know, has had this level of being overpowered. Now, from this point forward, when they start nerfing, these Bard players are just going to start abandoning the class because they think, oh, my class sucks now. And that's not even the case. Their class is still insanely good. It's just you were literally on God mode for so long that you think 25% nerf here, 15% nerf there. This thing does, 10% less healing or damage or whatever. They're just going to get so discouraged that they think they're just going to abandon the Bard class because they think, oh, my class is shit now. And it's like, well, no, you just got brought down from the heavens to us mere mortals again, and now you're doing what we're doing, so I mean, we'll see. Like I'm hoping that when they start balancing, that they kind of just bring it back to a little bit of reality. I love how pretty much all of this will be thrown out when we get full classes compared to just starting the archetypes. I hope so. I mean, they keep saying that the archetype or the augment system is going to do a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to transforming into your true class, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Bard equals mana, so they are valuable 100%. Like, I am not trying to nerf that aspect of their gameplay. Like, I think that you need a Bard. Like, I'm not trying to take away, like, right now, here's the thing. When you don't have a Bard in your group, is everyone complaining like, God, I wish we had a Bard in our group? I'm sure they are. You feel that there's something missing in our group. But let me tell you this. If you had 2 bards and one was doing healing, one was doing mana battery, and you didn't have a cleric, would you be saying, God, I wish we had a healer? Probably not. That's an issue. You know what I'm trying to say? That's like if the fighters were so good at doing damage, but also so good at taking damage, why would you want to tank? Why? Just get a fighter. Fighter does tanking and it does more damage. Why would you even want to bring a tank class? If it was that the kind of design, people would 100% be asking for fighters to be nerfed, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Let me see. No taunts though. I know, but I'm just saying, like, if we lived in that world, is what I'm saying. I haven't even taken blink yet, all damage. Well, that's what I mean. Like, mages right now are doing some crazy ass damage, like crazy. In my opinion, I hope that tank, cleric, and bards, and probably summoner are all some of the most fun classes to play. So enough people play them, and we don't have too low people playing them. Well, and that's typically what happens, I think, in every MMO, is that you're scrounging for a healer, you're scrounging to find a tank. You know, like it's always the case. Your DPS is dime a dozen, right? You're either 1 tank, 3 DPS waiting for a healer, or you're 1 healer, 3 DPS waiting for a tank. That's literally how it always goes. So we'll see what happens.
Mages are the undisputed kings of damage. They are easily the best damage dealer in the game, the best range class in the game. They have crazy AoE damage, crazy single target damage, good mobility, snares. They are just a solid class that, if we're being honest, is pretty easy to get value out of, which is why 60% of the game is mages. Mages are just cracked. Next up, we have tanks. Tank, in my opinion, is probably the most balanced class in the game. They can be really good in a lot of scenarios. Great, they can be a threat with damage. They can be a threat with CC. They have great group utility. But more importantly, they're not extremely annoying to play against. Very rarely are you playing against a tank just being annoyed. I don't know. Some of the other classes have some mechanics, and again, maybe this comes back down to time to kill, whereas tanks generally aren't going to be doing like crazy damage to you for the most part, unless there's crazy like gear discrepancy or something. But tank, in my opinion, overall, I think it's a pretty well balanced class, at least from what I can tell. Next up, we have rangers, and I believe rangers are also a pretty well balanced class. A lot of people think rangers are terrible. Rangers aren't bad. They're just not mages. Mages are just so absurdly broken that it makes rangers seem bad because they're not mages.
I disagree with that. I am not saying that rangers are bad because they don't do enough damage. I think rangers are bad because their synergy of abilities isn't as intriguing. They're not as fun. Scattershot needs to be completely redesigned, in my opinion, especially that one passive. I think they're just a dull class. Like they don't have the synergies that a fighter has. There's a sort of cadence. There's a sort of like almost rotation style you have with your abilities. There's a complementing to doing this ability to this ability to this ability. Rangers don't have that. You just push buttons. It's literally what you're doing. Mages have that. There's a sort of dance in how you want to do your shatters or proccing up to your shatters. There's like little mini gameplays you do with your rotation. You don't really have that with the ranger. If you're just talking strictly damage, for sure, maybe they do. Yes, they do. Okay, well, maybe I'm just a terrible ranger. Maybe I'm just a terrible ranger. But usually I just go into snipe as my opener, because it gives me the haste buff, and then I go into barrage, and then I go into headshot, because I completely remove scattershot off my bar. I don't even have it as an ability. The stun silence combo versus spellcasters. Well, I'm talking just fighting a regular mob. Like I think every ranger or every fighters have a sort of combo too, but I have a synergy I do with just actual like my rotation when I'm fighting like grinding mobs and stuff like that. You don't have that with the ranger. You're just whatever comes off of cooldown, you hit it. It's just boring. It's super boring.
Rangers, in my opinion, are another class where they have, some good utility, but also they're not incredibly annoying to play against, which I think is kind of important when it comes to class balance. And And fighters. Fighters are okay-ish in small-scale PvP. You can absolutely have some highlight reel moments, as you guys have seen from my YouTube shorts and some of my previous videos. However, the problem with the fighter is that you constantly feel like you're building a house of cards, and if the wind blows and things go wrong, you're pretty screwed.
Permajohn, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I think the thing, Steven always said that each class is supposed to bring something to the table. I don't know what the ranger brings. I really don't know what the fighter brings. Like, if you think of what a tank brings, what a bard brings, what a cleric brings, it's pretty obvious. But when it comes to the DPS classes, like, and you can probably make an argument with mages that they bring a lot of damage, right? Okay. But I don't see what, like, when you're missing a fighter, like, what is that? Is it the trips? Like, is that kind of what we need a fighter for, to set up the trip combo? Like, I don't know if that's enough for group viability. Because my thing is too, is that once we get the summoner and rogue in play here, I truly think that fighter might be one of the classes that you just don't bring to a group, because it's just not advantageous to. Shouts, trips, and bleeds. I mean, rangers can bleed. Trips, I probably agree with. Shout, I think shout probably needs to be buffed 100%. We do shouts, but I just don't think that it's, if you're missing it, I don't think people are really complaining about it like they are about mana, or they are about, you know, not having a tank, or maybe not having a healer, definitely not having a bard, right? So
you do have two pretty solid gap closers, but the problem with the fighter is the micro CC, the bunny hopping, and the general like movement tech you can do in this game will mean that you can get easily clowned on by somebody that knows what they're doing. If you're facing a ranged player, or even just anybody that, you know, knows how to dance around in the right way, that's the best way I can describe it, you are going to get clowned on with the current TTK and mechanics in the game right now. Because with bunny hopping, with some of the fancy things you can do with momentum on a ranged kit, is
it too early to discuss this? No. In my opinion, I think if we weren't discussing this kind of stuff now, that would give no information or indication of how the community feels towards classes for Intrepid. Now, Intrepid's probably, you know, there's certain groups of people at Intrepid that are specifically working on class design. They are specifically working on augments as I speak right now. If they didn't know how we felt about class synergy, what a certain class lacks, what is too good, what is too terrible, how will we change something, then they'd be kind of shooting in the dark as far as, well, we need to make changes to these classes, but since we don't know how the community is feeling, I guess we'll just do this, and maybe what they do, community likes it. But what if they don't? Or what if there was some obvious things that the community could have told them to be like, yeah, we could do that. You know what I'm saying? It's never too early to have these kind of conversations, at least in my opinion. Rangers break armor. Which ability from the ranger breaks armor? I'm just curious, because I'm trying to think right now. I don't know of what ability would actually armor penetrate and have like a debuff like as an armor penetrate. Rangers can turn bleeds into hemorrhage, causing a lot of damage. Also dazing and silencing mages, not to mention the shit ton of roots. I do love the rooting. I think the roots, especially in large scale PvP, and even like whenever you're mob grinding, the roots do actually play a huge role, 100%. Let me see. Bear Trap 3 stacks was massive. Yeah, I need to be level like I think 18 to get both of those things, but I do have Bear Trap. I just need to get the 2 adjacent nodes with it. 100% the DPS don't feel like they are own feeling and style like tank, cleric, and bards. If mages were AoE or burst focused, rangers damage over time from distance, and fighter is close damage over time. Rogue is close range burst. I can see them having their own homes. The bear trap hit multiple mobs at once. Wow. Yeah, I know people were saying bear trap is actually pretty powerful. Don't fighters have that 1 10-second stun thingy? Does that work in PvP? Yeah, so you can trip them leading into kind of like a stun, but I don't know if it's 10 seconds long. I don't think it's 10 seconds long. Ranger Snipe does the reduced physical armor for a short time. I got to read that tooltip again. Hold on real quick. I was logged into the game, but I've been AFK, probably just auto logged me out. I just want to go in and see it for myself because I don't remember that at all, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just like, why am I not remembering this? This seems like information I should have been able to remember. Knockout one target, putting them to sleep for 10 seconds. Any damage breaks the effect. Oh, yes. That one. Yes, that's just a single ability. Has a 30% increased chance to critically hit against 10%. Gain 20% increased time gain. Yeah, Snipe doesn't do that. The physical armor, I don't see that. You have a 30% chance to critically hit against enemies against 20 yards, and then you have the attack speed increase. It's Mark of the Bear you're thinking of. Marks the target, reducing their mitigation by 25%. Most of the time you don't use Mark of the Bear. You use Mark of the Raven. But yeah, you can use Mark of the Bear for doing that. The base snipe. The base snipe, you deal 400% physical, applying shaking to the target. If the target is bleeding, one stack is consumed, that becomes a hemorrhaging. It says nothing about physical penetration. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying.
It's kind of hilarious how easy it is to clown on fighters, and those two, your blitz and your leap don't really matter in that context because the movement is so herky jerky. You don't have that fluidity.
I'll hold shift when we go finish this video.
People can abuse with their kiting. And I'm sure some of you guys noticed this while you were leveling, how extremely powerful kiting is in this game with things like sprinting and bunny hopping backwards and how you maintain your full momentum while you're casting and shooting off spells. It's pretty crazy what you can do with the kiting. And then that compounds with the fighter not being like a warrior in WoW, where you don't have like a hamstring that has 100% uptime. Your slow is only 25%. And it's not relatively low uptime, and it DRs, so you don't have a consistent slow, and you just have these mages that are just Tokyo drifting around everywhere, and it's super obnoxious right now. Maybe they'll do something with the lunging strike skill or lunging assault, whatever it's called, to shore that up. But even tanks have this issue with melee uptime. Tanks don't feel it quite as bad because they at least have some defensive cooldowns that aren't like useless and rely on uptime like Blood Fusion does. So it's not quite as bad for them because they do have a grip, they do have the charge, but even they are going to have melee uptime issues against somebody that knows how to do all the movement tech. So it'll be interesting to see how they address that. If they change the way snares work, maybe that would probably be the easiest thing, is just to change the snare mechanics for maybe fighter and melee classes in particular. I don't know. The best way I can sum up Ashes of Creation's PvP balance is that you have mages, clerics, and bards, and then you have everyone else. There's definitely first-class citizens and second-class citizens. But the thing of it is that I genuinely think that there doesn't need to be any specific changes made to any classes yet, but I would like to see them globally nerf player damage across all classes and just see how that plays out. I think with a slower time to kill, a lot of these problems will be less of problems. A lot of this like crazy movement tech.
I think if you do that though, and don't do any other changes though, clerics could have some insane power. And then that would be a huge issue too. I don't know how you would fix that. There would have to be some sort of a healing dampening against PvP flagged players. So if we're all green, then we can do PvE and, you know, do stuff. But as soon as like I am a cleric and I'm healing a purple target, then every heal is like half, basically. Like that's the only way I think stuff isn't just going to be broken completely. And the same thing would have to go for bards. If there is anyone marked as purple, their bard healing is doing 50% less. Like you would need to do it across the board for both damage and also healing. You can't just leave that in place the way it currently is. It would be insane.
Won't be as powerful because eventually you run out of dodge
Bards would
rolls
be
and
even more
stamina.
crazy.
And with the TTK being longer, you just have more of an opportunity to outplay some of these like weird oddities, and these things become just less effective. So my biggest issue with the game is definitely the time to kill. However, I do have to mention the game is extremely gear dependent right now. And I want to emphasize right now. This is a very special moment where a lot of the people that rush to level 25 do have an extreme advantage over the medium player. The medium player right now is probably in their upper 20s. It just hit 25, and there is a huge delta between the sweat lords and them in terms of player power right now. These guys that have the crafted gear and the Karfin gear that's enchanted, like especially some of the people that did some of the dubious things to get to that point, which we'll see on the band wave coming up.
Dude, I was really hoping because I remember Steven saying that he was going to address the whole exploit and duping issue the week of the 6th. Well, technically we're not in the week of the 6th anymore, so I don't know what happened on that front. I really hope that Steven does address the community when it comes to that, because I think a lot of us we have not forgotten what has happened, and I think of many people, especially myself, want retribution for the people that have broken those rules yet again, and I think permabans are in order. Just saying.
It's a huge difference in gear right now, but again, that will slowly erode over time.
Thank God.
And not only will that slowly erode, the gear in Ashes of Creation is not BOP, meaning you're going to be getting hand-me-down gear. Your gear will get better, and more importantly, the marketplace is going to start to come online. People are going to start selling their crafted gear. At the current moment of recording this video, everything is still super secret squirrel. Every guild is crafting in-house. Nobody's selling anything of value. Eventually, as time goes on, as the weeks go on, the gear advantage will get less and less and less.
Thank God.
Now, I am still worried about the TTK being
if they're being super diligent and really trying to figure out like what character specifically we're truly duping and exploiting repeatedly, I think the reason why they're being kind of, I'm hoping, at least this is kind of what it tells me, is they don't want to make any hasty decisions, because they are probably going to permaban those accounts. If it was going to be a character wipe, well, let's just start this process now, and then as we keep combing, we'll do more and more character wipes, right? It's like whatever, right? But if they're truly trying to like look critically through the data, I think it's because they truly want to permaban these people. I truly hope that's what they're wanting to do, because I personally wouldn't be satisfied with anything less. I really wouldn't. I think I've talked to so many people about this. Everybody is expecting permanent bans. You've already been warned, and yet these people do it again. Like, come on. We have always championed Steven because he's always said the words that we've always wanted these people to say, but you have to back that up now with action. And you did already, which I thought resetting their characters back to 0 or, back to 1, great. Or just character deletion, fine, cool, 100%. But these people disrespected you yet again and your game and the sanctity of the tests. They're not going to learn any other way. So if you have people that had their accounts flagged from the first time of duping and exploiting, and they did it again, you need to permanently ban those people, those accounts. And I know some of them might end up being Steven's friends. I know some of them might also be in Phoenix Initiative. I don't care. If you were caught doing that shit, you deserve to be punished. That's it. Like, Steven wasn't messing around, So we'll see.
insanely
integrity over
fast
friends.
these gear levels,
Absolutely.
but at least people won't have the crazy stat advantage they have over you. But trust me, if you're watching this video and you've done PvP, you know some of these guys have the most
J-Man, me too.
insane gear.
100%.
You absolutely do not stand a chance, but you just sort of have to shrug that off because, yeah, it's a little wild right now between the haves and the have-nots. But eventually, the universe will correct itself. But overall, I'm having a lot of fun with the game. I'm very optimistic for the future of the game. The performance is fantastic. The combat design overall is pretty fantastic. I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun. Despite all of this, I'm having a lot of fun. And I think that just a few, really just numbers tuning really would make things dramatically more fun. So that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Have a good one.
This was a really good video by Zyback. There's the video right there. Give the boy a like, sub to his channel. He's been making really good Ashes content. And like I said, personally, like with me, I just want people to be accountable. And what really pissed me off was hearing from like friends or even seeing video clips of people doing the exploit in phase 2. And I was seeing the same names that were doing the duplicate exploit in phase 1. It pissed me off. I was like, because some of those names were people that are close to Steven, that are close to Intrepid, that have been with him for years, since the beginning. And it's like that level of disrespect and wanting to take advantage of a friendship, like it sickens me. Let me see, did music get so loud? Is it loud? I'm sorry. Oh, it probably did because we were listening to music. Sorry about that. Or we're listening to the YouTube video. If you buy a second wave bundle, do you get to play until the game comes out? Yes, you do. If you buy a second wave bundle, you can play phase 2 of Ashes of Creation's Alpha 2 into phase 3, into beta 1, into beta 2, and then when you go into the live launch of the game, you'll have 30 days of free game time. Mike, dude, what's up? Good evening, dude. Didn't know that. That's disgusting. Yeah, it is. It was like, for me, because a lot of people send me shit because I'm a content creator, and they're like, Vlad, have you seen this? And I'm like, yeah, or no, I haven't. Can you show it to me? And they'll send me a clip of something, and I'm just like, all right. It's just like, it is what it is. Here, let me hold shift. Wait, why is it not working? Oh, here we go. Shaken. Physical mitigation reduced by 50% for 6 seconds. Duration can be extended up to 15 seconds by subsequent applications. Oh, shit. Okay. So Snipe will apply Shaken. But here's the thing, though. Shaken gets applied by a fighter. So, being Shaken isn't really unique to just the Ranger. Let me see. So much for friends if they use that privilege to do that stuff. Well, 100%. It hurts morale and make others go, well, if they are just going to get away with it, I might as well too. Well, that's what I mean, right? And this is what's going to cause more people to do this. When, in fact, if they permanently ban accounts and even go as far as to, like, ban IP addresses and hardware ID ban, that's going to scare the shit out of people that may have thought, like, well, I could have, dude, there's this group that's exploiting and I'm level 23 and it'll only be just a couple of hours and then I won't do it after that. But if your account's at stake, you wouldn't even fucking think twice. You'd be like, no, I'm not doing it. And that's the point. Like, that is the point. You make it enticing to want to be a part of those groups when it's just a slap in the wrist. But if it was straight to jail permanently, well, you're probably going to think twice. You know what I'm saying? Did Steven say when he will do the mass banning? Well, he hasn't really said banning. Like, I'm hoping he permanently bans players. I don't want them to be suspended. I want them to be banned. Like, in my mind, I would not be good with the suspension. If Steven said we got all those accounts, all of these players are suspended until the live launch of Ashes of Creation, I wouldn't be satisfied with that. I literally wouldn't. I think that's too easy. Some of these guys might just buy new accounts anyway, man, though. Well, funny you mentioned that. Some of the people that are doing the duping and exploiting have secondary accounts. They already have them. Because even they were anticipating something like this to happen. But if they do a hardware ID, and an IP ban, that's going to be a lot harder to use that secondary account after that, huh? So maybe they're also wanting to wait because they need to put the backend stuff in place to test that. Right? Like, if they're going to ban an account and then go through all of the stuff to find out, like, what's their IP address, like, you know, what data do we have from them that we can actually do this, they can link IP and hardware ID to multiple accounts pretty easily. Well, if it's an easy thing, maybe they just got to implement it on the back end, and that's probably what they're currently doing now. So when they do it, it's just done. Issues with IP ban would be VPNs, unless they banned those as well. Well, hardware ID, you can't VPN that. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's the thing. Like, you need to do as many steps as possible. Yeah, they're going to try to buck the system any way they can. Absolutely. Like, they're going to be desperate to play Ashes of Creation knowing they were banned. So it's just, it kind of an is what it is situation. What circumstance would you call for a VPN to play a game? I mean, well, I think you would call for a VPN if you were trying to circumvent a system that you were suspended or permanently banned from, and thinking maybe this is a way to log into the game, like log into my account by circumventing the ban. Like, that's the only way I can think about it. But I've never been banned or suspended from any kind of an MMO before, so I really don't know the steps a person would need to take to even do it. I have a friend from India, and he uses a VPN top play with me with a lot of games. For Ranger Enhanced Armament Concussion, Thundering Shot, Lightning Reload, and Headshot combo, really good. You should check it out. So you need enemies hit by your finishers and extended finishers and barrage and scatter shot have 50% chance to become dazed. Magical casting reduced by 25% for 8 seconds. Duration can be extended up to 20 seconds of subsequent applications. Okay. So you do daze, lightning reload, thundering shot. Oh, and this is how you do the silence, right? And then headshot. Increases against 20% against dazed targets. This bonus is doubled against silenced targets. Okay. So basically you want to have this armament, then go into Thundering Shot, Lightning Reload, or basically this armament active, Thundering Shot, Headshot, Lightning Reload, Headshot. Is that what you're saying? Can you explain some of the movement tech Zyback mentioned in the video? The movement tech. I don't really know what he was really referring to. I know when it comes to PvP, there's like a lot of movement, and like you're basically moving around and jumping, and you know, you're dodging and stuff like that. That's probably like what he was referring to, was just like the kind of momentum systems and using your dodge rolls effectively in PvP combat. That's probably what he was referring to. Yeah, and the abilities. He was probably some stamina skills and the abilities that cause movement. Yeah, 100%. Give me 1 second, guys. My wife just got home, and I just need to see if she needs any help putting the kiddo to bed. Okay. I'm going to increase the music real quick. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. My kiddo, she had strep throat, and she's like on day 6 of antibiotics. So she's been really good throughout the day, but nighttime for some reason she's just been super not wanting to sleep, and it's just like a process for her to go to sleep. But I think she's okay. I just wanted to help my wife make a bottle and get everything prepped because she just came back from somewhere, and you know, I don't like to feel like my wife is the only one ever doing stuff. So I'm just getting over the flu myself. Yeah, it really sucked. Like when we went to I was really thinking that my little one had like an ear infection, because that's really common with babies and toddlers. And she didn't have any ear infections. I'm like, but she's clearly miserable. Like we knew there was something wrong. And they're like, well, we can check for like strep throat. But she's like, that's really rare. That, you know, doesn't really happen at her age. And then sure enough, she had strep throat. Yeah, daddy always comes first. Yeah, I appreciate that, chat. Thank you for just being understanding about the situation. But let's, so I was able, I need to make 3 uncommon excavation kits, and I would love to do these 5 treasure maps on stream today. So let me get my ash timber, and let me get my fragments. Are my fragments here? I forgot where I put my fragments. Right, there's the timber. Here's the fragments. Yeah, I'm actually in the process of making a video about the treasure map system and all the stuff that kind of goes into it. You know, the processing of faded maps, the processing of the excavation kits. I think it's. I'm really hoping it's going to be a good video. Oh shit! Wait, do I need fuel? I don't think I need fuel for this. No, we're good. All right, got. There we go. Only processing needs fuel, I believe. Yeah, I forgot this is not a processing station, but all right. Let's bring out the graveyard golem. And let's go put this back. I love the music. Thank you. I feel like this is good stream music. I personally love lo-fi, but I think lo-fi is like a little too chill for like you need some kind of a upbeatness when you're watching somebody. I feel like then you're just getting kind of put to sleep a little bit. I probably should process this wood. Let me do that real quick. Maybe fantasy lo-fi has more jovial and storytelling vibes. Well, the only problem with that is that YouTube is such a stickler for copyright shit, and it's really annoying to deal with. Or is it 20? I have to do 10 at a time, of course. Of course. Oh wait, no. God, I wish you can do 20. I don't know why it's 25. Loads of DN streams have issues too. Yeah, that's the thing. If I was streaming just on Twitch, like I'd be playing whatever the hell I wanted basically. But because I restream to both Twitch and YouTube, I've been actually having more of a YouTube audience growth than anything right now. Like right now I'm streaming to 57 people on Twitch and I have about 35 people on YouTube, but sometimes I have 50 people on YouTube. Sometimes I have 100 people on YouTube. So it's like, I don't want to not stream on both, you know? And I love having the preference, right? If for my people that love Twitch, they can go on Twitch. For people who love YouTube, they can watch me on YouTube. So, because a lot of people have told me you should just stick to one. It's like, why? Like, why not just do both? Like, I find it to be more beneficial for both. I'll do a mind trick and have different music for both. Not seriously asking, just a funny idea. I probably would try to do both, but I don't. Like there's some streamers who don't stream anything to YouTube, like music wise, and they only stream music to Twitch. So if you're watching on Twitch, then you can listen to music or whatever music is playing. But if you're watching on YouTube, it's just quiet completely. And I don't know if I like that either. So I'm going to process this because I want to process the zinc. I can't do 2 orders, but I just want to do that while I leave because I need to make more common excavation kits and I don't want to wait. Good. Let me just put this stuff back. And zinc put in here. And then I will put God, I can't wait. Does anybody know if the other storages are working? Like these ones? Or is it just people are still only using general storage? Because I cannot wait until they add the other shit. Because God, it would just make my life so much easier. I thought those were just visual tags. No, you're supposed to have like you can have like a specifically a mine storage or a herb storage, which has like you can do higher stacks of stuff, sort of similar how your bags work, right? So if you have a herbing bag, you can, if you have an apprentice herbing bag, you can have like a 60 stack. So you can have like a herbing storage, and instead of having like 20 stack, you can have like a 200 stack. Right? Like it would just make my life so much easier if that was the case. All right. Where is my graveyard golem? There he is. All right. Let's go and do copium cookies. That's a unique name. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. You see, maybe there will be an upgraded one and we can craft once we get a profession in the future. Oh, possibly. I think there's a lot of stuff to still be done for sure. All right, so right click. And it is not close by. Oh. Am I missing it? Oh. Right here. It's not too far away. There we go. We shall see. Wait, why can't you hear anything? There we go. How'd I get that mount? Oh, that's a good story. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can see a whole video on how I got the mount. It was a very, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun time. Steven also said there was gonna be a fix that should fix most of the treasure max bug this week. Oh, thank God. I know they've been going pretty hard on it, because again, it is such a lucrative system. There we go. Steven has been rather generous lately, hasn't he? Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's been doing a lot. Oh, that reminds me, what's your take on Steven's giving out mounts that are faster than in-game? Do you feel that's fair for gathering next several months, assuming no wipe? Like, honestly, I don't know if this mount, because if you look at mounts right, you'll see like it has 140 speed, 135% speed. This mount isn't supposed to be in the game yet. It doesn't even have like an icon on it, but it doesn't even have a speed on it either. Like, this mount could, and I've actually been like where there was a horse next to me and I wasn't really going too much faster. Like, I was slightly going faster, but I think honestly, like, I don't think any of the stuff that Steven's been giving away has been super game breaking. I don't think it's like 250% speed or anything crazy like that. So I don't consider it a problem. Yeah, most people on the croc anyway, which is a broken mount. Yeah. Most people have been on the croc, and apparently the swimming speed buff is activated on land. So, but once they fix that, the mount's going to be like just as fast as all the other mounts. So I personally don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. But we shall see. I think as long as it's fair and dispensable, true giveaways, then why not? I think you may get lucky and get one from a creator, and someone who has upgraded might give one to you. Well, 100%. I mean, my whole thing is that, like, Steven is out playing his game. He is out playing his game, and you know, he's out finding exploiters, he's out doing stuff, right? Like, what's crazy is you have to understand too, these developers can literally go invisible. Like, they can roam around the world, go into space. We've seen Steven do it, and just see what players are doing. And Steven doesn't have this power alone. Every developer has that power. So, Cyber Star, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, my dude. But I think, to me, this level of publicity that Steven's been doing, Fisherman Adam, dude, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream, dude. I think it's just something that and I've said this yesterday, like, it's just something, like, if you're a veteran MMO player, this has been absent for decades. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Fucking decades have we been ignored by developers of the MMOs that we play. I don't care if you're a SWOTOR person, an ESO person, a WoW person. It feels like they don't give a shit. How's the game been today? Any more treasure maps? Oh, yes. We just activated a common one. I have a common, uncommon, and 2 rare ones to do. So we good. We big good. Like your YouTube vids, very good content. Love your stuff, dude. Thank you so much, Fisherman. I appreciate that, man. I've been really trying to push YouTube, because you know, I've been really streaming a lot more than I have been creating like my actual, you know, curated video content. And I told my wife for this new year, I really want to be more consistent with giving, like doing actual like YouTube videos. So I really appreciate it, man. That really does motivate me. Thank you. Saw your mount experience. Very cool. Your wife was watching. Yeah. She usually, like, you know, she was watching, you know, TV, and then on her phone, she'll have like my Twitch open. And, you know, she always gets so emotionally invested in like my stream, or when there's certain chatters, like, you know, whether it's like the drama stuff that we were talking about earlier, like she gets so defensive, you know. It's cute. I love it. You know, she's probably listening to me right now and she's probably rolling her eyes, but yeah, I love my wife. She supports me in this, and honestly, I just appreciate that, because there's so many friends that I know that try to do Twitch or try to stream or try to do YouTube, and their wives don't support them, and they just nag them about it, or, you know, you don't spend time with the family, or you don't, you know, do this or do that or whatever. And she really doesn't do that to me. You know, she truly wants me to succeed in this, because she really believes that I can succeed. So my guy's the same way, especially when I'm PvPing. Yeah. A lot of spouses don't, sadly. It's true, man. It's the states, you know. And I think, you know, what I always found to be is that a lot of women don't have hobbies, and men, we tend to have a lot of hobbies, whether it's card games, trading cards, games, music, playing music. Like we have a lot of hobbies that we do, and most women are just on the phone. They're on TikTok or Instagram or some kind of social media stuff, and you know, it's so when they see their man having fun or for hours and hours playing a game, it's like, what does this game have that I don't, or you know, whatever. It's just they get jealous because they don't have that same passion in a hobby. You know, they don't enjoy something as deeply as like men do when it comes to gaming, or as, you know, yeah, hunting, camping, fishing, like you name it. Like guys have tons of fucking hobbies, and that just doesn't exist. Oh look, Black Talon, it's you. It is I from YouTube. Love seeing that mount in Winstead. Just a dude with a graveyard. Oh man. All right. Let's try to find this thing, shall we? All right. I am doing well, brother. Thank you for asking. I have so many hobbies as a woman. I do gaming, crocheting, knitting. I just got done playing Magic the Gathering with some friends. I don't think I could date a non-gamer. Well, that's the thing too, is like, you know, my wife, like she has like hobbies and stuff like that, but we also have kids, right? So it's hard. And I always try to make sure, you know, if I'm streaming really late at night, you know, I'll take the baby, you know, or take the monitor so that way she can just sleep, right? But then there's sometimes she'll do that too. And I don't want her to feel like she's raising kids by herself. You know what I mean? That's just not what I want. You know, these are my kids too, and I want to be there for them, and I want to take care of them. And you know, but there's, you know, some guys too that try to do the YouTube stuff and Twitch stuff and are very absent to their kids, you know. And that's why I try to, like, you know, always make time, you know. And I ask permission too. Like I'm not one of those dudes that just like, babe, I'm gonna go stream, you take care of all this shit, I'll be over there for 8 hours. You know, I don't do that. Like I always ask, like, hey babe, like, is it okay if I can go and stream? Are we gonna do anything or whatever? Because she usually is the one making plans with, you know, family, or hey, we're gonna go hang out with these people today or whatever. And I forget a lot. I'm a huge forgetter. And we are very supportive of the of our gaming lifestyle. That's awesome. Plus, once they get old enough, they can farm for you. Yeah, with kids, absolutely. You see, I'm telling you, Vladis, so you're gonna start getting a lot more popular the closer Ashes gets to being released. It starts like a year, I feel. I hope so, man. I mean, I've always just told myself I just need to be consistent. I need to be consistent with streaming. I need to be consistent with my YouTube stuff. Being consistent in anything is... Oh, is that it right there? Did you see that? Oh no, that was just... Oh wait, is that it? Oh no, that's just a tree. Let me go down here real quick. It's just being consistent is hard, you know? Being consistent is hard, and I think a lot of YouTubers and people that come into the space think it's going to be easy, and you come in and guns a-blazing and you're so pumped and motivated, and you release your first video and you get 13 views and you spent hours editing that video to then make another video bigger and better than ever to get 7 views, and then you think to yourself, like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Why am I not getting views? And you know, there's so much more than just making a good video. Like, what I came into the Ashes space, I think the biggest reason I even became a thing, you know, for the Ashes community was Vertec and Chibri. I was a nobody in this space, and I remember when I got invited to the Golden Feather, and that was a huge turning point. I still remember this. I had 17 subscribers. You can go and try to find this. It's on their YouTube channel. But the very first Vladis interview, I had 17 subscribers on YouTube. And then I remember going from 17 to like 50 something in a single interview with them. And that was like, man, I remember just being super huge. I was like, fuck. Holy shit. And I remember my wife being super excited, and I was super excited, and you know, it's just like you get that motivation, and then you get people like knowing that, oh, I create content for this very niche game or whatever. And I just, you know, I that's why with Vertec and Chibra, I always try to like support them and, you know, bring them on and everything like that, because they helped me like unabashedly, just completely genuinely just wanted, oh, you're creating Ashes content, come over here, like, let's help you, you know, and let's introduce you to a wider community in the Ashes space. Like, it was just a very pivotal point, I think, for me. So niche for now, but this is gonna be a great investment. Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how I'm treating it. This is definitely an investment. I think anything you do in life is an investment. Oh, I really thought that was it for a second. Anything you do in life is an investment. You gotta, if you truly want something out of something, you do gotta put in passion into it. You gotta put in work into it. And there's some people that just want it easy. You know, they just want overnight success. And then you have people that do get overnight success, and you know, like I remember when the whole Hawktua thing was happening, right? And people were like just loving her, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, you know, spit on that thing, you know, and people were just making memes about her or whatever. And then now look at what she did, you know, with the whole like rug pull of her Hawktua coin or whatever. You know, and this is kind of what happens with overnight successes. Fupo's passionate about naps. Yes, it's hard. Let me see. Many struggle with longevity. Well, I think that's the thing is no one likes being told. This is why dieting isn't popular, because you're told to be consistent in doing something that sucks. And believe me, making YouTube content, in my opinion, is not fun. Like, at least for me, like, I find that editing to be so not enjoyable for me. But I like creating stories. I like cultivating the content. but there's a lot of it that just, I would rather just go live on YouTube or live on Twitch. And wait, is this a weeping willow? Wow, this is an adult weeping willow. If there's anybody on the virus server where I am currently, if you want to get an adult weeping willow, never mind. It was right here up until it wasn't. You can literally, if you're watching on YouTube, you can go back in the VOD. I was not lying. God, is Weeping Willow that freaking crazy that it just spawns and deletes itself? Okay, I feel like I've been everywhere with this. Please report that. Okay. Where was it? Right here? It spawned literally right here. Weeping Willow just disappeared. Gatherables. At my current location, there was an adult Weeping Willow, and then it just disappeared. Please look at this node and fix. All right. Cyber, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you. Very much appreciated. All of the funds that you give me in support goes straight to my second child that is going to be born this summer. I have all the funds going there. Diapers, formula, everything. Let me see, could have been an invisible player that just chopped it down. I just reported a bug for an invisible player near me. Could see his bear mount, but not him running to node and harvesting them. Really? Maybe there's like an exploit that can turn you invisible, and I feel like I've been here for a while. I have not seen where this particular should I go into low settings chat? I hate doing that. Oh wait, is it right here? I don't need low settings chat. What the hell am I talking about? Come on. Ranger Cloak. Dude, Ranger Cloak is not that good. That was pure invisible. That was like pure invisibleness. Yeah, I don't think that happened either. Must have popped. To me, just had two of them in front. Just a good day for me. Nice. All right. Wait, can this guy see my treasure? I hope not. Ooh. It's a rare one. It's a rare, and it was a common map. Someone. Okay. Oh, a scroll of constitution. Gotta wait for everything to go here. Oh no. He didn't give me the copper. Oh no, come on. Oh yes, let me do that. This person here next to me is watching the stream right now. He messaged me. He's like, hey, I'm watching stream. Actually, how's it going? I got it. There it is, boys. 36 copper. Yeah, relog works, but this works even better. I really don't want to relog. But all right, we're good. All right, so then we just got to abandon the quest. And we're off to do... Get some more gold there. Scroll of Constitution. Here's some of the excavation kits. Put that there. All right. Did I abandon it? Yeah. All right. All right. Please be close by. Oh, it's not. Oh, God. It's right. Oh. Oh, that's actually a pretty good location. That shouldn't be that bad. All right. It goes pretty good, Dumpling. Thank you so much for asking. Sorry, I'm not going to type because it sucks to whisper someone in this game right now. You have to like type out like /whisper space the person's name space and then what you want to say. So many ruby and zinc copper tin for maps. Dude, I want some emerald. I want to make an emerald ring. And I have not seen how many of you are miners and have actually seen emerald nodes. I've played this game since phase 1. I didn't even know emeralds existed. I truly did not even know that was even a node material. I found 3, but I mean they're literally just as rare as copper, right? Or even rarer. They are small. I have a few of them in my bank. Yeah, I honestly, like, I need 6 of them. For 1 emerald ring, you need 6 emeralds. Ooh, I have 3 heroic emerald I got from 1 node. Ooh, my God. I would love... because I mean, I'll have to wait till probably level 20, but... We'll see. I was just looking to see potentially for, like, crafted gear. But, we'll see them all the time. Dude, I have not seen them. And maybe it's because I've never really... because I'm not really a miner. Like, I'm more of a herbalist and when I do see mines, like, I do try to get them, but I don't know, like, the mining routes or, like, the good mining places to go. But I do know where all the herb spots are. That's for sure. You have to have a keen eye to spot them. Yeah, because they are small. Like this one, is this a basalt? Oh no, this is just a brush. I'm just completely an idiot. All right, so we're gonna cut through. I got 30 rare from my rare treasure map last night. Damn. Dude, I hope that happens to me, man. I would love 30 emeralds. Let me see, on release, Vlad is going to be a specific area you want to settle. Honestly, I'm really excited once they start opening up more biomes to go and explore. To be totally honest with you, in phase 1, I know when I was with Royer and Richie, we went to the tropics, we went to the desert. But I didn't really explore the tropics, nor did I really explore the desert. I want to explore those areas when I know they are finished. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want a lot of it to be a mystery to me. And I also, and maybe this is a bad thing, but I would rather see the finished product than the evolution of the product, if that makes any sense. Because I know the desert's going to keep evolving, it's going to keep growing, and they're going to keep adding stuff to it. But I mean, maybe I'll change my mind. It just depends on how long it takes to develop the other 2 nodes, or the other 2 biomes. Jungle. I can see that. For me, I like more magical areas. And the one thing about Ashes of Creation for me is the magic so far has been very subtle. And it's not saying that I want super, like, fantastical, like, Dalaran kind of places like, you know, World of Warcraft. But I just would love to know that I am in a fantasy world. You know what I'm saying? Wait, what is that? Dude, the Underrealm is another, I mean, technically it's a biome. At least in my mind, it's a biome. I am really excited for. Like, when you saw, like, the early previews, holy shit, there's a bunch of snowdrops and daffodils, or dandelions. I think because it is... This is gonna suck because it is nighttime. It's gonna be even harder for me to see the treasure map. Wait, is that an emerald right here? Oh, that's a sapphire. That sapphires I've seen. I want to go Swampy Forest as a pirate riding on a Snorse. Well, the Swampy Forest area is me as a Renkai. I want to be a Renkai, like, really bad. Like, that's sort of my my race right there. It's my people. Oh, there's flax right there. Oh my god, is that it? No. God, this is gonna suck. I doubt it would be anywhere. Oh. Damn, this is gonna be hard. What do you think, chat? Do you think... Oh, what's that? Is that iron? Oh. Do you think I should go in low res for this one? Are there racial bonuses in this game? There will be racial bonuses, but they will work differently than you might think. So if you're familiar with World of Warcraft, right, there are racial bonuses like berserking for trolls. And if you want the berserking racial, you need to play a troll. The way Ashes of Creation is going to do...
18 donated $50. Baby fund.
J-Man. Dude, thank you so much, bro. You didn't have to donate $50, man. Just you watching, and if you wanted just to sub to the channel, that was enough. But I do appreciate that, man. Thank you. So there's going to be a thing called stories in Ashes of Creation, and stories are going to give you a certain passive or even an active ability. That this is the story of the Renkai, but I don't have to be a Renkai to choose the story of the Renkai to earn that passive. So you in this game can truly play whatever race you want and also have the advantage to pick whatever passive racial ability or racial passive you want. That's how it's going to work in Ashes. Got to do what you got to do for the money. That's awesome. I like that. No, me too. I think it's a very cool take on, because I love racials. I do. I love racial abilities. I think I'm just gonna have to go in low mode. This is just, especially in oh wow, that's like a huge difference. But yeah, it's definitely a really cool take on the racial system, for sure. Thank you so much for the question. Let me see, what rarity do I need? I mean, honestly, like, I was just thinking, like, I was looking at, oh, is that a ruby? I was just looking at, like, potential stuff that I would want to get. And I just saw, like, the ruby ring, like, has, because I actually, or the emerald ring, sorry. Go to H. I have the emerald ring, but it's just passive. And it has physical power rating. So I'm like, this is really good for a fighter and for a ranger and even for a rogue. But I saw that an epic physical power rating or the epic emerald has like more stat lines to it. And it's really good. But I don't know if there's like a level 20 equivalent to it potentially. Maybe the sapphire ring is probably the level 20 equivalent. I don't know. But I was just looking at stuff. Please don't trade me anything as far as like emeralds and stuff. Please keep that or sell it or, you know, keep it for your own personal stash. Here, let's... Bone ring. I haven't seen bone ring. I probably got to take a look at that. Okay, so this is the outer line right here. And if you see anything, chat, let me know. I'm going to try to go a little slow. I got to look at bone ring. Here, let me look that up real quick. Ash Codex. I think I've seen bone ring, but I... Oh, there's a bloodied bone ring that has penetration rating, physical penetration rating, and strength. And there's another, it's a swift screech bone ring that has physical attack speed, rating, and dexterity. Oh, shoot. See it. Let me come up here real quick. To Santos Games, dude, thank you so much for the raid, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're out here finding buried treasure. And I am not, even in low graphic settings, I am not having any luck. Thank you so much, dude, for the raid, man. Greatly appreciate that. Oh, dude, that mount is so sick. Thank you, brother. Yeah, this was courtesy of the Sandal Lord himself, Steven. And it was good times. I have a video on YouTube if you want to go check it out. It's pretty funny. Like how it all happened. I don't see it, chat. Is this one bugged potentially? Would it be at the peak of the other cliff? I mean, potentially. Like I said, I'm not going to give up easily. See, I don't know if it would be like in here. You know what I mean? Like, is there a way to get on? Oh God. Steven, come help me. I don't think there's a way to get on top of this mountain. Was it that sparkle on the rock? I don't see. Because it's pretty obvious to see, especially in low graphic settings, like you can't miss it. You found it sick. Thank you, man. I very much appreciate it. Let me see. It would be on top. It would be at the top of your screen where you climbed up. I mean, it would suck if that was the case. Because I wouldn't know how to get up there. Like, in my opinion, it shouldn't be up there either. Can you try a jumping spell? Let me see. I'm trying to see where I can jump from point to point. I just don't know if it would actually be like in this area. You know what I mean? The sparkle is the quest thing. Ash's Codex Sapoli has the hidden caches. Oh, I missed the Dark State of PvP discussion part. If you did, Ken West, you can always go to my YouTube because I'm streaming on YouTube right now, and you can just backtrack and go watch, like, hear my take on the whole PvP, the dark state of PvP and everything like that. We got into it very early in the stream, like probably within the first 2 minutes I already start talking about it. Let me just go back. Because it wouldn't be in the rocks. Lucky me. Does that mountain have an added height where you can jump from, or does the dismounting just put you on the ground? It just puts me on the ground. I can't climb on the mount itself. Here, let me look over here real quick. Since I was trying to avoid this specific area. I don't see anything over there. See, there's stuff right here. I think it'd be very shitty if, like, the actual treasure was, like, over here in this area. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I would have been able to find it by now. I'm just trying to see, like, how would I be able to even get up in this area? Oh, wait. Oh, I was like, what the heck? I mean, I don't know how I would even get to... Like, I can't scroll out. Let me see. Ooh. Okay. We did it. All right. Wait. I may have saw it. Right here. Damn. This is kind of terrible. Okay, I just want to get y'all's opinion in chat. For a treasure being right here at my current location, do you think that this is a proper place to put a treasure? I personally don't think this is a good place to put a treasure. I'm going to put in a bug report and just leave it as a suggestion. In a hidden term, it makes sense. Can all classes reach it? I mean, I was able to as a ranger, and I didn't use any crazy, like, you know, airstrike or disengage stuff. I just climbed on the rocks. Yeah, he climbed on the rocks with no skill. Oh, with no I thought you meant, I read it completely wrong. I thought you just meant like, oh, he just did it like whatever. All right. Current treasure box location might be too hard to get to. Oh, I didn't. Shit. There we go. There we go. All right. If it got emeralds, dude, let me tell you. See, in cinematic, it's pretty, I mean, it's pretty obvious sometimes. Like, look at this. So you can kind of see like the bend in it. So it's not perfect, right? But I mean, it's obvious enough. Ooh, wow, another rare one. Let's see. Let's see. I will take it. 100% take it. All right. Get on my mount. Bam! Look at that. No logging out for me. Let's go. Get some gold. All right. So now we got the uncommon one to do. Abandon. Go here. All right. There's not really a lot over here on this side. It's probably, look, all the way over here. Where is this by? Oh. Okay, right by the church. All right. Is 5 gold a lot of money at this level? I'm not used to the to a decent economy. I have really not been out getting gold. Like, this is honestly like the gold that you see right here was my personal mob grinds plus the treasure maps. What mountain do y'all want in the game if y'all could wish? I already got mine, so I mean, there's so many cool mounts, man. Like, look at this mount. Pictures, Ashes of Creation, monthly packs. Where's that mount? Like, look at this. Hold on. That's a mount right there. Like purple, like a black lion with purple accents. That's pretty fucking sick. Let me see, there was another mount that is it this one? Oh yeah, this mount right here. Yeah, because that's a pet. That, I don't know what the hell that is, like a rhino or something like that. Like, it's just, dude, there is no shortage of cool ass mounts in Ashes of Creation. Yeah, their art team is fucking great. I that's why every single time that I hear people when they talk about the graphics of this game and they talk, oh, this game looks so shitty, and I'm like, bro, like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, I as a WoW player, like, this is astounding to me. And I go look at any realistic like game and it pretty much matches. Like, you go look at like something like Red Dead Redemption and stuff like that. Like I think this is definitely, and this is without polish, mind you. This is without them furthering the beautification process of Ashes. This is the shittiest Ashes is going to look. And it looks beautiful now. I still cannot even comprehend what Ashes is going to look like in a year. In January of 2026, what this game is going to look like. I don't know. Very similar to ESO. I don't play ESO very often, but I don't think it looks like ESO. From the stuff that I have played in ESO, I think ESO doesn't have the comparison at all, and at least in my opinion. Let me see. I do think the character models could use. Oh no, dude! Character models are, I mean, yeah, they need some passes for sure. You see how my head just keeps like. Especially when you go into the character creator. The character creator, when you zoom in, the faces and everything look real good. But yeah, of course, there's still a lot of stuff that needs polish. 100%. I'm just saying, at an alpha level, people like what's really crazy is that when you go into any other like closed alpha, you're just gonna see gray boxes, textures not there completely. Like, you remember when you saw people with neon pink, and like that's very common in like closed alpha games because they're not done making the assets, they're not done making parts of the world, so you just see like completely unfinished textured and, you know, stuff just looking really rough, and even the desert with stuff being completely just missing and absent. It looks fine for it being blank, because most other closed alphas just have everything completely not looking good. You know what I'm saying? And I know with the team, they're trying, because this is definitely an open process, right? Like, you can watch my stream and watch the development of this game. They are being more cautious with just willy-nilly releasing something, because they know potentially millions of people could see the product. And I'm talking millions in the sense of streamers advertising, whether it's Pirate Software, Asmongold, any other big streamer. And you just compensate that to YouTube videos that get made and exacerbated out into the ether. Like, they want, you know, as good of a product they can give currently. And I think, again, like, the fact that this mount, again, not being a mount that you can earn right now, the fact that it even has like a mount special on it is wild to me. The fact that, dude, I had more issues with my wolf going T-pose and just like freezing on me. My golem has yet to go T-pose. My golem has yet to go in a T-pose. So this kind of area reminds me of Silverhand Forest. Not a lot of pine trees though, but so maybe not. The Riverlands in a lot of ways reminds me of like Eversong Woods. Like, there's a lot of times where I'm like going through bits of the game and I'm just reminded of like Eversong Woods. Is it worth $110 to play right now? Well, I would tell you this: it is a completely a you decision. But what I will tell you is, if what you are seeing in my stream and what you probably see into other streamers, if you like the current graphical fidelity, if you don't mind a very long grind to level 25, and you also don't mind the severe lack of content right now, and you are very adamant about testing a game and not truly playing a game, then I would say that this process is definitely worth it. But if you are here trying to play something, I don't want you to spend $110 on something that you're probably not going to get your money's worth, because there really isn't much of a game to play yet. So I just put it in checkout. I just want you to know what you're getting yourself into, dude. Like, I'm, you know, I really appreciate the support to buy Ashes of Creation, but I would just want you to be mentally prepared for a lot of stuff that is a lot of stuff is really cool to experience. But once that wears off, I would want you to come back and continue more and more stuff. And they are ramping up right now in January to fix a lot of the bugs, and February is going to be a big content push. So if you want to buy it now and play for the remaining month of January, just know that there really isn't much content that's going to be implemented yet. But February is going to be a big month for content, and even the rogue archetype. So if you want to wait, you definitely can. But I just want you to know what you're getting yourself into. Let me see, any new classes going to be coming this May. So Summoner is the final class that is going to be introduced in Phase 3, but Summoner will not come May 1st of Phase 3. May 1st is day 1 of Phase 3. So I would think, honestly, I'm expecting Summoner to be done potentially by the end of the summer. Potentially. And I don't mean done. I just mean done in the sense of we have an archetype to play. So yeah, be prepared, don't narc out. Well, I just want people to test. I don't want them to burn out, but I also just want them to know what they're getting themselves into. You know, like, I understand people are really desperate for an MMO. I know I was. So I created a whole fucking channel around this, because I was just wanting to get away from World of Warcraft, and it just feels so good not to play that game anymore. It does. It feels so good. I was so done with WoW mentally. I mean, I love WoW. I had a lot of good memories in WoW, but I can't. I've done it for so long. I can't play that game anymore. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. Well, if you want, this is a very different experience from Final Fantasy 14. Let me tell you that right now. It is a apples to planets kind of comparison, let me tell you. So but yeah, I mean, if you are serious about it, you've been watching my stream and you like it, you've been watching other streams and you like it, I just want you to be prepared for what this game is. J MMOs and Western MMOs are very different. Oh, absolutely. Now, technically, there is a lot of J MMO inspiredness in Ashes of Creation, because of course Arcade and Lineage were Japanese MMOs, or not Japanese, but Korean, that vein basically. So, but Square Enix, I think, is a very different breed of game than something like Arcade. You see, Final Fantasy 14 is a story book you follow along with. AOC is a storybook that you write as you play. Basically. There is going to be a narrative. Do not get me wrong. Like, if you love Final Fantasy 14 and you love great storytelling, I really hope that the narrative in Ashes is potentially as good as Final Fantasy 14 or even SWTOR. Like, I really want them to succeed in storytelling, because Steven seems very passionate about D&D, and any person that's played D&D are very passionate about creating a great story for their players. So yeah, I really want the story to be really good. God, how much time do we have left? 15 minutes until dawn. Just checking the little outskirts here. Making sure I don't see anything. I've seen Pirate play play with the boy as a mage. I wonder if you can do that as a rogue. Oh, a bow. I was like, a boy. It's like, what are you watching from Pirate Software? What's going on? Yeah, you can play. So in Ashes of Creation, you can wield any weapon you want. So as a ranger, I can be a two-handed sword, bow wielding ranger, or I can have a wand as a weapon. I can have a tome as a weapon. I can have a scepter. I can have a sword and shield as a weapon. I can have any of the weapons I want. And basically you have weapon skill trees that you put into, that you start leveling those weapons. It's really cool. And this is not even like anywhere near of a finished system either. This is going to be way more fleshed out and way better in the future, but this is what we currently have. Wait, you're not limited on weapons depending on the class? Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, and you're also not limited in gear either. So when you play Ashes of Creation, I can be a heavy armor ranger, I can be a medium armor ranger, I can be a light armor ranger, I can mix and match sets from either or, and I can also wield whatever weapon I want. Even though I'm a ranger and these abilities are bow related, I don't need a bow in this the ranged weapon. I can have a wand in there and still cast my abilities. Did you see Steven show off the daggers yesterday? Yeah, look, let me actually play that. Give me 1 second, guys. Steven on stream, it was posted over here. Here, hold on real quick. I don't think you're seeing that. Oh, you are. Juju Perfectly Imperfect, dude, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, dude.
Ooh, this guy looks gross. Hello, greetings. Now they don't have... Ooh. They don't have weapon trails yet. Let's go kill this guy.
I mean, damage aside, just looking at the animations of them.
No weapon trails quite yet.
That's pretty damn good.
Ooh, this guy looks gross. Hello, greetings.
Let me see if I can
They
bring
don't
up the
have-
quality a little bit. Oh, it's at the best quality already.
Ooh.
God, Twitch is so bad at bitrate.
They don't have weapon trails yet. Let's go kill this guy.
Look how fast that is, man. Jesus Christ. That is fast.
No weapon trails quite yet.
Wow. That's a lot. How's he getting life back? Do daggers have lifesteal? Gear actually has lifesteal on it. There are certain stats that you can get from the Tower of Carfin that actually have lifesteal on it. One of the selling points of this alpha is just that it's an alpha. It's not often you get to play in an alpha that is actually pretty far along. I mean, funny you say that because a lot of people don't think it's far along enough. In my opinion, I think we are in a very good state. I think they've been very strategic in I think they've been very strategic in... Sorry, I'm just like looking and I can't talk and look at the same time apparently. And how they've been releasing their systems and the cadence they've been releasing them in. And they've been very careful because for anybody who followed the whole debacle that was New World's development, you slowly got to realize just how fixing one thing could break, 30 other things. And I think the way Intrepid has been handling their systems is they want to slowly change stuff because they don't want everything just massively breaking and then just bricking the game and making a very unenjoyable experience for their testers. And I really appreciate that fact. I think that's been very good for that. Because I didn't play New World. I didn't test New World really. I played New World for all of 20 minutes and uninstalled it and got my free refund back from Steam. It wasn't anything that I liked. I don't, first of all, I don't like games or I don't like MMOs that don't have classes. I don't like when your class is derived from your weapon choice. I think that's stupid. And I don't like how shallow the gameplay was because having only 3 abilities per weapon was stupid in my opinion. I like when actually you have like an array of abilities that you earn and learn. And I also didn't like the very shallow customization you have in New World as well. There's just a lot of things about New World that I just did not like as an MMO player. Not having classes make the game feel so dull, I feel. Yeah, I don't like it. And I know people like that because they're like, oh, well, you can just pick whatever weapon you want. It's like, yeah, so does Ashes. You can pick whatever weapon you want, but I'm still a ranger. Like, I could be a wand, scepter-wielding ranger, and I'm a ranger. I have ranger abilities. I do ranger things. I personally don't like your weapon dictating what abilities you can blast to your opponents. I think weapons should enhance your class and empower you in ways because you're wielding a weapon. That's how I've always loved that fantasy, at least with me personally. Here, let's put it down here. The only thing I enjoyed from New World was the community at the start of the game. The rest was horrible. Well, I know, and sometimes, when you're playing even a very shitty game, having a community can be a godsend, right? Like having a good community in a game just saves you from the shittiness. And I think, to be honest with you, Ashes as being as not finished as it is, a lot of the people have been saying that it's because of the community, it's because of their guilds, of why they're continuing to test, of why they're continuing to play, because they I'm outside the thing, they really enjoy the guild communities they're in. And I always said, this is not truly a solo game. Like, if you're trying to play a solo game, I think you're going to be a little disappointed. Now, can you play Ashes of Creation solo? Absolutely you can. But I just don't think you're going to have a good time playing Ashes of Creation solo. We had this moment in game where myself and my friends ran and rushed one of the end areas Ebonhold at level 20 and bought the land. The thing... Oh, that's pretty cool, dude. Let me see. The thing that feels a bit odd in Ashes right now with weapons is that for instance, you're holding a book as a ranger, but your ability is magical. Still a bow and arrow. Same thing for fighter holding a mace. Yeah, and I think that's going to be like animations they probably have to work out. But that's going to be sort of like what players are, like what are players happy with or not happy with, right? Are they happy with that, or does the fact that they can wield whatever weapon they want make them not care? Like, okay, it's a little bit of a wonky animation, but who gives a shit, right? Like, I think that's truly going to be in the hands of players to answer. Here, let's go out here. Maybe it's out here. How do we know how subclasses will work yet? Well, right now, we don't. We have never seen a preview of the augment system. We've only heard Steven talk about it. And that's a system that I'm very passionate about, but to be honest with you, I'm also very worried about at the same time. So I really hope the augment system is good. I really hope that that system does provide the things that players want from it. I'm just a little skeptical. I'm skeptical because I think it's going to provide more of a flavoring than an actual transformation of the class. But I hope to God I am wrong. I pray every day that I'm wrong. Let me see. It's pretty harder solo, but it is possible. It's more friendly to hardcore players. Steven already said that they will balance it a little more. For me personally, it's great. I love harder games. Well, I think this game definitely provides the challenge. Like, if you are very much used to the cannon fodder MMO experience, this is not that. I will tell you that right now. This game is definitely not a cannon fodder experienced MMO. I think the TTK needs to be toned down a lot. Even after the gear nerfs, it still feels way too fast. Well, we watched earlier Zybak's video on the state of PvP, and he believes that there should be a 50% like a DPS dampening in PvP alone. And I tend to agree. I think we need to start at 50% and just kind of go from there. At the risk of repeating myself, how'd you get the golem? Well, I got the golem from Steven, but if you want to see how I got it from Steven, there is a video on my YouTube channel. I don't know if I actually have an exclamation point for YouTube. I probably should have that, to be honest. I got to set that up. Oh, Tom, dude, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube, man. Thank you. But yeah, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, it's just type in Vladis Gaming AOC or Vladis Gaming Ashes, and you'll find my YouTube channel. It's a 10-minute video. It's not too long. I think you'll get the gist of everything in like the first 5 minutes. Doesn't the subclass just affect the abilities of the primary class of what you choose? Do you actually get a whole new set of abilities with the secondary class? What I hope happens is that your main abilities from your primary class transform into new abilities, right? Like, let's say your fireball transforms into Inferno whenever you get the mage archetype, so you become like an archmage. So now you can augment your fireball into an Inferno fireball, or into, you know, just something like that. You're gonna have, every class is gonna have 4 schools of augmentation. I believe the mage has the augmentation of teleportation, fire, frost, and lightning. I think those are the 4 schools, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I think it's fire, frost, lightning, and teleportation. And so basically you can have your fireball skill, and you can actually add a teleport augment to your fireball skill, or you can add a fire augment to the fireball skill, which could potentially make it an Inferno, right? Like, that's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to, in my mind, transform your base ability into either something greater or into just something completely different, or as a modifier to the ability that just makes the ability play differently. Like, that's what the augment system is supposed to do. Secondary class doesn't give you new abilities, just augments them. How many examples has Steven given over the years? Let me see. He's given the charge one. What else? Like, he always mentions charge, and I think that's, I don't know if that's a really good example. I mean, maybe it is, but let's see if, guys, have you seen it? I don't see this one. I'd enjoy a live stream where they just present what they will do. Oh, I'm pretty sure the augment system is such a big system. It would behoove me if they just didn't have a live stream properly articulating the process, or, you know, how it's supposed to work. I feel like it's close by here. I have nothing to tell me why, but I just feel like it is. And it's not in here. Can't be in here. Or maybe it is in here. I don't think it would be in here. That's why I've been just looking outside of this. Behoove me doesn't mean confused. It means it would benefit you. Thank you for letting me know, because I've been using that word wrong. I always thought like it meant like almost like bewildered, I guess would be a better word. I have the reading level of a 6th grader, so I apologize for trying to sound intelligent but also sounding like an idiot at the same time. That's what I do in this channel. Befuddled, thank you. That's another good word. I like that one. Why don't you just use Questy? Actually, it's a good point. Let me go to Ash's Head and download some add-ons for Ash's real quick. Give me just 2 seconds. Man, I found like 7 sapphires in the last 30 minutes and not a single copper in 3 hours. Damn. What rarity are those sapphires? Are they common? Curious. Behoove means benefit. I never would have thought that. But then Steven always used the words bespoke, which has kind of become like a thing in the Ashes community. Wait, is that an emerald? Or is that just a granite? Oh God, the sun. Thank you. We have made it. We have made it. And the sun is shining. Now the sun can benefit me in trying to find this stupid treasure. Jesus Christ. Chat, I have not seen this thing. Like, I feel like this one might be borked, and that's unfortunate because this is the uncommon one. When was the last time you updated graphics driver on your GPU? Ooh. It's been a minute, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think the last time NVIDIA like forced me to do it. Vladis, you didn't drink when I redeemed you. Oh shit, I did not. I have no water. Let me go get some water and I will do that. Give me 2 seconds. Oh man, there we go. That's some good high quality H2O. All right. All right. Okay, chat. Let's find this thing. I do not want to waste an uncommon treasure map. We got the sun out helping us. We got all the things we need. I feel like it's in a bush. It would do that to me. Can anyone confirm in chat that if I'm on a mount and I go over a treasure mound, will it give me the F display, or do I have to be off my mount in order to see the mound? I would dismount. That's sort of... Is this why I wasn't finding it? Did you see what happened? I literally teleported when I got off my mount. That's probably why I couldn't find it. That's probably why I couldn't find it. I was like, come on, it can't be this hard. I rubber band into a different chunk. Yeah, well, that's a chunk away from me. Jesus Christ, I got rubber band pretty much a long way out. Happened to me earlier today. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It probably didn't spawn because you didn't enter the zone. Exactly. I can't be too loud because my daughter's sleeping in the next room. I mean, lickety split. Jesus. I was like, is that a mound? Okay. Should I still go over here? Hold on, before I leave, I should have, man, I should have, fuck. I should have not have looted it. That was my fault. Damn it. Treasure chest in a location not displayed. Currently where I am standing, I saw a treasure mound, but there wasn't any yellow circle in the location. Also, I have an uncommon treasure map active. Maybe that interfered when I got rubber banded back to a previous location. Please look at my logs. I don't have an excavation kit. I mean, I do. I don't want to open it again because I don't want to waste, because it will deplete one of my rare ones, and I don't want to do that. I have to leave another bug report. Okay. Treasure node respawned again. The node of the second bug title, possible treasure exploit. Yeah, no, I'm not going to reloot it. I don't want to waste my excavation kit, but that's... All right, chat, should we go to the location? Like, so we're way the hell over here. And we should see if there's a mound over here where it's supposed to be. Let's go and do that. It would be interesting to others if it would be interesting to see if others can see that spot. Is anybody on Vira? Is anybody else like playing right now on my server? If you are playing, would anyone want to come to my location over here? I am south of Citadel of the Steel Bloom. Literally right here, almost the junction between Winstead and Joeva. Keen, yeah, thank you, man. I'll wait here because I'm very, very curious if you'll be able to. Keen, do you have an excavation kit? Like an uncommon excavation kit on you? Because you do? Perfect. I want to see if you can loot it and also get materials from it. And if you do, please put in a bug report. Oh, I'm doing maps right now too. Awesome. This is the awesome thing about being a streamer, because I have the privilege to have someone come and help me if I find something like this, because this is kind of a and these are kind of like the game breaking kind of bugs that we need to find and encounter and send those reports. And Keen, when you come over here, open trade, and I'll give you a gold for your time. There's not a chance that it's just an open treasure, right? Can they exist? So the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to activate the quest. If you have no active treasure maps, you shouldn't be able to see any treasure mounts. The interesting thing with Keen here is that he's actually doing he's doing a map right now. So that means he has a current map active in his log. I'm curious. I was the one that complimented your amount of Winstead. Oh, thank you, dude. I'll be curious to see if there would be someone that doesn't have a treasure map active, because my thing is that if you can actually interact with this mound without an excavation kit, that would be very interesting. Well, thanks, Alan. No, I appreciate it. How do we see if we have one active? You'll go in your log, and it'll be a curious map. So if you have any treasure maps activated in your log, that's how you'll know. You'll literally see it right here. That guy's name is Merry Christmas. That's funny. There is going to be an ad coming up on Twitch in 15 seconds, just so you guys are aware. 2 minutes away. All right. No problem. I appreciate you coming out because I'm pretty sure you're far out doing something else. So I just want to compensate you for your time. Ghost Crows, dude, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Dude, holy shit. So, Aradune, Alan, and Ghost. Aradune, thank you so much for the follow. Alan, thank you as well for the follow too. Aradune was my 1700 follower on Twitch. We're over 1700 boys. That's awesome. Dude, E-Roger, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Oh no. It's okay. Treasure maps being quests makes a lot more sense to stop griefing. Very smart. Oh yeah. Starbailey? I probably butchered that completely. I apologize, but thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Let me see. Could you open your map so I can see where you are exactly? Sure. Oh. I'm right here. Like right off the road, where this bridge is, right in this little quadrant here. I know, excuse me. I know that if you're in a group, your group members can see the treasure mound and interact with your treasure mound if they have an excavation kit. So like a lot of people that are going like treasure hunting, like they'll probably try to do it in a group to like find the kit or to find the mound. Yo, what's going on? Here be monsters. What is up, dude? Thank you so much, Keen. Can you see this mound? He can. Can you interact with it? Go ahead and interact with it. Wow. I got loot. Okay, please, before you loot everything, I mean, yeah, if you already looted it, go ahead and put in a bug report, Keen, right there at this location, and being a duplicate, and potentially a treasure map exploit. Okay, here, thank you for your time, man. Very much appreciated, man. Thank you, brother. All right, we're off to this location to see if there's a mound over there. Do you want the loot from the chest? No, man. Go ahead and take it. It's yours. But just make sure to... I hope it doesn't pop up again, but, you know... just make sure to put in the bug report. Make sure to have your page up for your map coordinates where you are, and just say that there was a mound in a spot that you know all the stuff. You're a big boy. Now just so he's aware he won't be able to loot his own quest. Really? I just saw Dusty with the snores. Oh yeah, from Steven's stream. I remember that. I'm running over to you if you want to see someone without a treasure quest. Well, the mound is gone. because Keen looted it. But if it goes like back and it respawns, like that's problematic to say the least. So, like I said. All right, now we're going to go back to the location. God, ashes look so different in low. I'm so used to looking at this game through like cinematic quality, and every time when I like go down a low, it's just like this reminds me of like God, what's that game? Oh look, there's Eraj. Hey brother. Yes, Oblivion, thank you. I was gonna say Elder Scrolls, but it's not Elder Scrolls, it was the other one. Oblivion, yes. Was your mount a gift from Steven? Yes, it was. It was a mount from Stephen J. Sharif himself. Now, if I go over here and there is a mound, I am not going to loot it. I'm just going to abandon the quest. I just want to see if there is a mound over there. I'll come along to see if I can see your treasures. Okay. You see what us poor see. Jesus. Oh man. The poors. Your guild leader calls for a competition with a rival, a fishing derby. Oh god. Okay, so we see an NPC. This is a good sign because I wasn't seeing shit before. Here, we'll go this way first. Fuck it. I don't get the fishing derby, but I think it's broken. It's possibly broken. Steven, is that you? Are you messing with me again? Okay, I'm gonna kill this wolf. Just saw the just going nuts. There's actual like goblins over here which weren't here before. Oh wow. Oh. There is a mound. Wow. see. Do you see this mound? Why is it not typing? Oh, he's in chat? Do you see this mound? I am Alan, the old man. Do you see this mound, Alan? Or do you not see it at all? You see brown dirt on the ground? Can you hit F? See, that's kind of weird. I didn't think other players could actually interact with your treasure map. I thought it was a personal thing. You know what I mean? I don't have a map, so it doesn't let me interact. Okay. Okay. Well, you don't have an excavation kit. Okay. Very interesting. So what was that mound just in the middle of nowhere? See, now the mound is gone. Ooh, it's close by. Oh, wow. It's actually in Lion's Hold. Or near Lion's Hold. All right, let's head out. The mound plot thickens. Basically, like, it's interesting. Should I have left another bug report? I mean, technically, I don't think that map was bugged. It might have pulled you to the nearest mound. Maybe someone else's mound. It's odd. Really, really, really odd. I'll probably just cut through here. All right, I need my ultra settings. There we go. The Kraber Golem is so badass. It is, dude. I fucking love it. I could not be more happy with my wish. My wife was I was talking to my wife and I was like, babe, I was thinking about my wish because when you're put in a spot like that, like you really don't know what to wish for or like what would you wish, you know what I mean? Like you're just kind of put on the spot. And I was like, man, you know what I should have wished for? I should have wished whenever Intrepid was ready for their studio tour, if I could be there, like in person, like to actually go to California and meet Steven, meet the developers, and get a tour of the studio and put it on YouTube, live stream it. That would have been, I think, a really cool wish to have come true. But I'm not saying I regret it or anything like that, but it's like if I would have actually been able to put more thought into it, I probably would have done something like that because that would have been insane. But or that or first rogue. Like I'm not really too interested in the rogue archetype. I mean, I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna try it, but that would have been huge And at least in my mind, that would have been like crazy. Those wolves are flipping. Wait. Oh, it's sapphire. I always get confused because they say that the emeralds are really short, stubby things. Oh my god! Look who it is! It's Cash from Loreforged. Why is it so delayed? It's like I type it in the game and it's just like... Oh, really? Is this like a ghost? Oh, Cash is 25. Shit. I have not seen him in game yet, so that was like my first time actually seeing him in game. All right, here we go. Oh god, I hate this location. During the day it's not so bad, but at night with all the skeletons and shit, it can get really annoying. So I always thought like you would want to go where all of the circles sort of intersect, and that's where the treasure map is, but I think it's just three circles to provide like a level of difficulty to not be able to quickly discover it, right? Because it's a rare map, right? It's supposed to take you a lot longer than uncommon, which is supposed to take not as long as a common map. I did a rare map off stream and I found it within like 10 seconds. I got really fucking lucky. That is a crazy mount. It is, dude. And I love it. Absolutely love it. Could you have wished for a permanent flying mount? I actually did ask for a flying mount, but I'm not a mare. And right now in the game code, only mares can fly mounts. So I told Steven, if you can't give me a flying mount, then can you give me the graveyard golem? Because this was a mount that I've known since the packs, because this is the mount that I've always like gushed over. And I remember when they added the graveyard golems as just a NPC, I was like, oh my god, those things look so nice. I was like, I can't wait till I can get that as a mount, you know? So yeah, for sure, for players in the King and Queen. I mean, eventually it might be for more. Because a random player can find an egg and incubate it, but I don't think that stuff is currently in, right? Because those are going to have a timer on the mounts. So it's not a permanent flying mount. You may have a flying mount for like 30 days, and then that mount disappears. Settings. Are you the only person with the golem mount, right? Yep. I am the only person in Vyra with the graveyard golem as a mount. I mean, originally I wanted just a unique mount that no one had, but no one also had the graveyard golem, and I was like, oh, got the graveyard golem, you know, like, it's a pretty tasty looking mount, man, you know. I love those kind of edgelord kind of mounts, though. This to me is like right up my alley. I did a lot of digging since I wanted to be the best Animal Hunter guy on the server, the invincible mount from WoW, the edgiest. A lot of people really want... Oh, is that it? No. A lot of people want to be like the best Animal Hunters to make like the coolest mounts, so that way people go to you. Great mount. I feel like it helps for views. Someone seeing a unique mount. Well, it doesn't hurt, that's for sure. But yeah, I think a lot of people just, you know, they're seeing horses and they're seeing like all this stuff, and then, you know, here I am with like a unique mount, so it's like it stands out from everyone else. I think the breeding system, if it works in tens, will be very nice. Oh yeah, I'm super pro. Animal husbandry. I think animal husbandry is going to be probably one of the coolest professions in an MMO. If they can really nail it, damn, it's going to be sick. It's going to be a very cool profession. I don't think it would be in lion hold. How much ASP does the mount have? No idea. 700. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on, but I can't do anything. Well, shit. Let me log out. Well, I did press escape. It didn't really do anything. The main question I have is still for mounts. Is it going to be where is the demand going to be once it has been a few months and everyone has what they want, or is the thought that there will always be more that people want? So, oh wow. Mounts are going to level like we do as player characters. Mounts are going to be able to get faster, and you'll be able to put in like attribute points to make them, you know, if you want to go gear out in speed, you want to put in for abilities or combat stuff, like they're almost going to be like their own player character. Like mounts are going to be very, very crazy. Yeah, it's probably a weak mount because it's not in the game files like as like a designated, like someone's supposed to have this mount. Like I said, I personally don't care that it has 700 HP. So I can get off my mount. Oh, wow, this is gonna be... This might be a tough one. Yes, the segment for the PvP discussion, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, I'm currently streaming on YouTube. You can just rewind it back to the beginning and watch my whole talking about the state of PvP and everything like that. Only sometimes it could be down to the center for a few times. Yeah, I have heard that it could actually be a little bit out of the center, but I mean, usually like the mound is just so obvious, and I'm not seeing it. How easy is it to meet people in this game if you go in solo with no one else? I see a large majority of player base are adults. I think if you aren't nervous or, because there's some people that have like a little bit of anxiety or social anxiety or whatever. But I mean, if you just type into global and say, level whatever class you are looking for group, like you'll find people. Like I think this game is very good at inviting and getting people in groups. I just got off my mount real quick because I wanted to make sure I'm still at this location and I'm not like ghosting somewhere else. Do people use voice comms for dungeons, etc.? Yeah, people use Discord. A lot of guilds use Discord. So if you go into, and you don't have to talk most of the time, as long as you're just hearing what people are saying for call outs or something like that, you'll be fine. This outer edge. Oh look, someone was doing a treasure. That can't be mine, right? Like, someone couldn't have opened that up. Really? That could have been mine? Dude, it's not even rare. It's like common. Wow. Did I use one of my... Oh, I didn't. It's 12 copper. Maybe he took some stuff already. Oh, there's mine. Interesting. Wow. Hold on. So interesting. Let me see. You can activate your quest on other people's mounds. Really? That's bizarre. That is really bizarre. The box are static. We have a spreadsheet with every location after doing 300 maps. Jesus Christ. Really? So every single map has only a specific location to it. That's a little wild. Oh boy, pre-designated spots for treasures. I mean, again, and I know there's probably over 75 different locations in the Riverlands. Probably more. Yeah, once you find it, log that shit down. If you get it again, bam, you don't need to look for another 30 minutes. And this is what I mean by websites, man. You're just going to go to a website and be like, oh, if you got a treasure map in this location, this is where it is. Right? Like it's you know, there, again, I think right now it's very rudimentary, right? For the system just for it to work. But I guess what I don't like is the fact that other people can interact with your treasure mound. That doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? I just don't, I think treasure boxes should be unique to you and no one else. That's my opinion. I think if you are in a group, then your group should be able to see the mound, but no other people should be able to. That should be unique to your group, or unique to you. Because could you imagine, like seriously, like if you were just at the right spot at the right time, and you just saw a treasure mound there, and you have the excavation kit, and you go on it and just loot it before the person's like still riding to that location, that's kind of fucked up. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that to me is not good gameplay. Yeah, hopefully in the future it's randomized. Yeah, and that too. I want it to be randomized as well. Should be able to do anything until you dig it up. Yeah. Sigh, Steven, sigh. Okay. All right, let's do the final map. Is there anything else that I got? Just want to make sure. Got the curio coins. Last one. Oh, wow. Yeah, people are going to farm those treasure locations. What are the coins used for? I have like 8. I don't know what they're used for personally. I really don't. I'm probably going to Ash's Codex it, see what they're going to be used for. Wow, and these 3 circles are pretty much like right on top of each other, so... Let's see. The curio coins are for monster coins? Well, that'll be interesting. Man, what a day. What a day. Where on the map is that? Why? So you can steal my treasure? Let me see. It's literally right above the goblin spot, right outside Lion's Hold. So here's the goblin spot here, like the level 1 and 3 goblins. It's north of that. Oh, you're looking at the spreadsheet. Oh, okay. Already here. Some of them are stuck in rocks that can't be looted. Oh, that sucks. Here it is. Bam. What is it? Something in here is epic. Wow. Holy shit. Wait, where's my other? Oh, I was gonna say, where's my other working? Wow. Getting my red set out. You better not. You better not, sir.
I know 12 inches pretty well. Let me see that.
Jesus. See, this is the big problem with this game, is that now I gotta get all the people from, like, it's like Catch Me If You Can kind of thing. I should just stop doing treasure maps on stream. That's what I should stop doing. I'm testing, guys. Okay? I'm testing. Yeah, I'm testing corruption. Is the game only up on the weekends? No, this game is now up 5 days a week. So it'll literally be up from Thursday till Monday, right? And then Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not playing. Suspect declares war on Axiom Asia. Really? Well, it's a good thing I'm in Arctic. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm in Arctic. Oh, dude, yeah. Pockets isn't suspect. I know where he lives. Were y'all finding these maps? Oh, I've been finding them all over. Oh, look, there's Meg. I have protection now. You can't harm me. Oh, Mag's like, it's like I'm looking at everybody just being like, are they gonna kill me? Look at everybody that I pass. I'm like, is this guy gonna kill me? Like, what's going on? I almost didn't know it was closed on Tuesday. I get off Monday and Tuesday off from work. Ah, okay. Well, you'll be able to play on Monday. I love how twitchy Ashes can make you if you have some great max and you got into some PvP. Yeah, like that's the thing that is missing in so many MMOs is that kind of tickle in your ball sack, that feeling of I have shit and I'm nervous. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is the look of a man trying to secure the bag. Absolutely, dude. Holy shit, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. What's the next class you want to make in level besides rogue? Summoner. I am. So I played a warlock in WoW for a long time, for many years, and I love demonology warlocks. That's like the fantasy for me, is like summoning demons and stuff. So I am very interested into the necromancer, like how that gameplay is going to be on the summoner, because I was gonna say, remember how I said I never got into T-pose before? Oh man, I made it, guys. Whew. I was so scared of dying hauling my legendary willow the other day. Dude, oh my god. So I had, what was it, 5 legendary bluebells that I had in my bags, and I was gonna go on like my thing, and I went right back to Winstead. I was like, I'm not even gonna chance it. Hold on real quick. Mag, are you watching me by chance? Hold on, let me message him real quick. Maybe keep a regular mount for when you have to loot so you look less conspicuous. Oh, I have my regular mounts. I still have my wolf mount and my horse. How much is this to play right now? If you want to play right now, it's $110. But I would advise you to do some research, watch some videos. We're in phase 2 now, so it's $110. Once we get into phase 3, it'll be $100. But I would just advise you to Let me see. You should wait until you see if people get used for abusing exploits. If not, this game is cooked till later. Well, I am really hoping to see what Steven does. What Steven does when it comes to the duping and exploiting behavior that happened during phase 2. I think it is going to be very telling to the kind of course that players will take for future stuff. Like 100%. I think, again, like, if you like what you're seeing, but you have to be real with yourself, ask yourself real questions, right? Like, am I wanting to play this game because it's just something new? But I'm not a fan of testing. I'm not a fan of bug reporting. I am not a fan of very little content. I'm not a fan of grinding my ass off for hours and hours in the same spot to hit the next level. Like, ask yourself those realistic questions, because that's the current state of gameplay. It's not speaking bad about it. It's just the reality. It's facts. But if you like testing, if you like seeing the evolution of this game through your own eyes, through the gameplay lens, then I scored. Yeah, I saw you, dude. Then I think that's what's important. You know what I mean? To just be true to yourself. Don't buy it hastily and then regretting your decision like a week later when you're like, man, this game has fucking nothing. You know, like, you have to decide like what this particular money is going to be used for. Because if you want to use it for testing, there's a lot of shit to test. There's a lot of stuff to get in there and try to figure out, see where the bugs are, you know, rinse and repeat things. It's not a pretty process, you know? So I really advise, you know, to ask yourself those kinds of questions, like 100%. 90 days to return, no time limit. Yeah, that's like, they have a really good return policy too. So if you play it and you regret it, you can always ask for a refund. But instead of going through that whole process of putting in a ticket, claiming, you know, you want a refund, and then how long that's going to take, like I said, just be true to yourself. You know what I mean? Just don't hastily buy it. But that price for 2 to 3 years of context and consistently being fixed and updated, exactly. That's what I mean. You just got to look at it into the right context. Like, that's ultimately like what you have to do. So if you're doing that, I think you're in a good mindset. But if you just see graphics and think, oh man, game look cool, I'm sick of my MMO, let me buy this, and then you have like unrealistic expectations, or you think there's like a shit ton of content in the game, like, I'm sorry that we're just not there yet. So I would rather you just feel like, you know, getting your emotions out for a second, just asking yourself some real questions about what exactly you want to accomplish or what you want to do in this game. Because I think there is a lot of stuff to do, but that varies per individual. There's some people that I talk to that think they have nothing to do in this game. So psst, do it. Do it. Do some of the Steve.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What's going on? But yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and end stream. I hear my baby waking up and stuff like that. I just wanted to get on and, you know, talk about, you know, the state of PvP, talk about that whole debacle, the Reddit post, which I thought was kind of interesting. And I just really appreciate you guys just hanging out, doing the treasure maps with me, testing this shit. I appreciate the people, Keen in chat, that was able to come and help me out. Thank you again. Very, very good times, guys. Thank you. And like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. But I don't know. Like I stream randomly because my time is random, like, and when I can and can't do something. But again, thank you guys so much. I can't remember who gifted me the $50, but thank you so much. I think it was My Name is Jeff. If I could be wrong, but Thank you again for that. Who's streaming? Is there anybody streaming right now in the Ashes category? I'm sure there is. I don't know of anybody. I don't know these people in... Here, 1 second. Tangent? Okay. I don't see him. I hate the raid function in Twitch. It's so terrible. Oh, he's a fighter. Love it. All right, go show some love to Tangent369. He comes in chat every now and then too. I've seen him in my chat. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys on the next one. You guys take care. Have a great day.